So I am grateful and I'm appreciative and I'm deeply honored by your election. Thank you so much. Without wasting too much of your time, I would like to know from our Secretary, Lindy, if we do have any apologies to this meeting.
Yes, Chairperson, there is one apology from the Deputy Minister, Mr. Hendricks, who is unable to attend this meeting. He is undergoing a procedure that has been long awaiting. So that's the only apology thus far, Chair.
Thank you so much. We will go on to the next item of our agenda, which is the adoption of the agenda. I believe the members have the agenda in front of them. I would like us to just scan through it and please have a member adopt and another second. Yes, Honourable Member.
My name is Chidizimnyai. I rise to move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you, Honourable Mnyai. And I think Honourable Nkosi, his hand was also up.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I second the proposal made by Honourable Mnyai. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Nkosi. Our agenda having been adopted for this meeting, I would like to greet the Honourable Minister. I believe that the Honourable Deputy Minister is not in today, but I would like to greet the Minister and thank you so much for having come through with the team from the department and the entities of the department and say that my humble take on this issue is that we all sitting in this room have our work cut out for the next 5 years. Because I saw I was just scanning through the documents that the department shared, and they rightly said in the mandate of the department that there are things such as, you know, the integrity, there is humility, there are things that actually struck me as being quite profound to be found in the mandate of the department. And that said to me, that is obviously, as we all know, that if you just have to go back to the latest public hearings that we had on the Older Persons Bill, that is not what the case is on the ground. So this team of people sitting in this room today has their work cut out for the next coming 5 years because South Africans are waiting and we are the people that should work together to make sure that what they are waiting for is achieved. I would like to, before I give this opportunity to the Honourable Minister to give us, you know, the overview, the executive overview, I would like to ask, now that everybody is in the room, to ask our members to introduce themselves. I know that you did introduce yourself earlier, or at least you indicated that you are here, but if you could please just introduce yourself. I will start with Honourable Mnyai.
Thank you very much. Glad to congratulate Minister and also the Chair. My name is Chilizimnyai. I am the member of this portfolio committee. I'm glad to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Christina Tong. Let me congratulate you, Chair, and also the Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Greetings, our Honourable Minister and her entourage, and my colleagues. My name is Ethel Nkosi, member of this committee representing the ANC. Thank you.
Nkosi Sihlalo igama Noluvuyo Thafeni from Eastern Cape. Ndibulise ku minister, ndibulise na kuwe sihlalo ogqiba ukungena. Ndiyabulela kakhulu. Ndizomela economic freedom fighters. Thank you.
Honorable Tafeni.
Good day. My name is Paul Nitemre. I'm from the Free State, Bloemfontein. I'm from the EFF. Congratulations, Honorable Masango. We are in good hands. Congratulations, Minister, and welcome to each and everyone that's here.
Goedemiddag allemaal. Ik is Katrina de Bruin en ik is van die prachtige dorpje daar op Plettenberg Bay. And it's really an honor to be here. En ik geloof dat ons gaan baie lekker samenwerken. En ik vertegenwoordig de Patriotic Alliance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alexandra Abrams. I'm a returning member and also returning member to this committee. So happy to be back and happy to see all the familiar faces. Congratulations to you, Honourable Masango, on your election as chairperson. And I look forward to working with you, Minister, and congratulations on your appointment too. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Lungisani Shangase, deployed by the MK to serve in this house. So, yeah, as I indicated, that my name is Lungisani Shangase from MK Party.
Yanbingelela ewutisile njaba lukhulumayo ngiphuma ngaphansi kwe-MK Party nami ngikhona lana ngizofisela ukuthi konke sikwenzayo uNkulunkulu abe nathi sifunde ngokuzilonda nokuhlonipha. Amen.
Okay.
Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Sakina Frenchman. I am from the NCC and very excited to be here. Congratulations, Chairperson, and congratulations, Minister. I'm looking forward to working with everyone. Thank you.
Nomadom Kwebi from Eastern Cape. I'm the Abongutin Begulendlu. They represent the MK. Thank you.
Afternoon, Honorable. It's Franz Bonganem Fiki from Eastern Cape for MK Party. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Minister. Congratulations goes to you, Honorable Masango, for the position that is. It's a new responsibility because we are all new in this 7th administration. So congratulations for you in that position. My name is Busi Matri. I'm deployed by the IFP to work here with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. And thank you so much for the congratulations. I receive and appreciate them greatly. We will go on where our minister, whom I was hoping to meet before we met, but there was a whole lot of up and downing because of the meeting that was here earlier. So I will hand over to you, Minister, Honourable Minister, to address us.
Honourable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, Acting Director General of the Department of Social Development, CEO of SASSA, the NDA Chairperson, the Acting CEO of NDA, let me recognize the members of the NDA board present here today, led by Sis Ruth. Ladies and gentlemen, Molweni, and good afternoon. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to present to you my median annual performance plan and its budget following my appointment as Minister of Department of Social Development. It takes this appointment as a mammoth task and a privilege to serve these people of South Africa. Honorable Chairperson, let me start by congratulating you on your appointment as the Chairperson of this Portfolio Committee. I know you're not just a Chairperson of this committee, but a veteran of this committee. You have been there for the longest time as the backbencher of Parliament. I know you have been one of those members who are very committed in making sure that South Africans are served properly by the government, and you made it very clear that the executive is not doing favor to our people. It is compulsory as per the constitution of this country. Thank you so much for being led by yourself. We really appreciate it. I commit that I will work with you in a very humble and respecting way. I also commit that the department will also do as such. We'll have our own interaction outside this kind of parliamentary arrangement so that we build more relationship and create more understanding so that we have a seamless relationship that will make our work very successful. We commit that we will not give you any headaches. We'll give responses in time. We'll respond into questions in time. We'll always give sufficient answers on the questions raised by the members, both of the portfolio committees and members of the Parliament at large. I'm saying this because at some point I was a backbencher. I know and understand what sometimes we go through, and I really commit myself and ADG that we shall not at any given time subject yourself and the committee into the experience that will make it difficult for you to perform your task. Indeed, I must also congratulate members that have just introduced themselves into us, and us introducing ourselves to yourselves. We also commit to yourselves, members, that you will forever be allowed in a conducive environment to perform your constitutional task. We know and accept the fact that as we'll be working with you, we are not doing you any favor. We'll respect you for the fact that you will be performing your own constitutional responsibility. We are all members of Parliament, but with different responsibilities that needs to be respected. Honorable Chair, I'm looking forward to work with you and to account as the executive authority of the Department of Social Development, working together with my Deputy Minister, Honorable Hanif Hendricks, which in the apologies, he has just gone for a small operation, which is quite important. We wish him well. It is indeed my pleasure to brief the committee on the 2024-25 annual performance plan on the social development portfolio. Chair, the social development portfolio is constituted by the National Department of Social Development, South African Social Security Agents, and the National Development Agents. That's how we are. Let me appreciate the work done by my predecessor, the former Minister of Social Development, Ms. Lindiwe Zulu Makewa, as well as the former Deputy Minister, Dr. Henrietta Bohupane Zulu. Working together with the Deputy Minister Hendricks, which is the arrangement by the President, we will be building from the firm foundation that the two, both former Minister and Deputy Minister, have laid. Honorable Chair and members, it is very important to bear in mind that the APP we are presenting today are regarded as transitional APPs, whose main objective is to conclude and consolidate work of the 6th term of administration. That is, these APPs serve as a bridge and usher in the 7th term of Administration. The retabling of these APPs for 2024 and 2025 will fully reflect on my political priorities as aligned to the priorities of the 7th Administration of Government of National Unity, which myself as the Minister and the Deputy Minister, we really appreciate and embrace. While myself and the DM are yet to be fully briefed on the mandate and the work of the department as well as the entities, the limited engagement indicated that the work of the portfolio carries hope, support, and brings bread to many households and communities. We are the heartbeat of our government of national unity, and together we will not fail you. The department has a huge mandate derived from the Constitution and the Chapter 11 of the National Development Plan. The department has also a responsibility to provide care and support services to vulnerable groups through the implementation of welfare services, community development, and social security. In addition, Honorable Chair, the services of the department are further required during many forms of the disaster our country has experienced in the recent years, including the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the incident of floods as a result of many inclement weather conditions we have experienced recently. South Africa is still challenged by deep poverty, few employment opportunities, inequalities, lack of capacity and capabilities by most communities to command their own development. More than half of the population is trapped in a vicious intergenerational cycle of poverty and unemployment. The increase in the social ills, notable the gender-based violence, substance abuse of children, women and elderly, and teenage pregnancy, further exacerbate the need for Department of Social Development services, in particular the provision of psychological support services to victims and those affected by unwarranted social ills. The department, together with SASSA and NTA, will stop at nothing towards ensuring the practical realization of the outstanding aspects, including the new priorities of the Government of National Unity of the 7th Administration. Honorable Chair, we are fully aware of many service delivery challenges that we are inheriting, including the challenges our communities experience in accessing much-needed grants, especially in the most rural areas of our country. But we are going to deal with these challenges with better communication on the solutions that we will provide to our beneficiaries, making sure that we pay the right grant to the right person at the right time. Honorable Chairperson, these APPs are a testimony to our commitment to improving the quality of life of our people, especially our vulnerable beneficiaries. In our brief in the department, we have learned that the Department of Social Development sector continues to be underfunded. While it is expected to deliver on its mandate, especially to the most vulnerable people and the hungry, while the economy of the country is not performing as it should. In order to ensure that the department move with speed, one of my priorities, Honorable Chair, is to expedite the filling of executive management positions, that of the Director General, the DDG Welfare Services, the Chief Financial Officers, the CFO, DDG Corporate Service Support Services, and DDG Strategy and Organizational Transformation, and other priority posts. This will assist to accelerate service delivery and policy development in the department. Furthermore, we need to secure funding for the employment of social service professionals, which is one of the bottlenecks that the department is experiencing. This is crucial to ensure that our service delivery policies are implemented on the ground. Honorable Chair, let me end here to allow the Acting Director General, Mr. Peter Nechipale, and the team to make the presentation. The department will be followed by the CEO of SASSA and NDA presenting their APPs to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. We appreciate that you mentioned the issues that we had been grappling with in the Sixth Parliament. So there's much hope that the work that we need to do will be done, as you feel the very critical vacancies in the department and elsewhere. So before the DG does the presentation, I would like, because this is the first sitting of the term, I would like every one of us sitting in this room to in a very short, because I know that there are CEOs here, there are chairpersons of entities and so on and so forth. Those are very important people for the members to become acquainted with, or at least to know who they are, so that when you have your own interactions during oversights and things like that, it's the people that you have met. So I hope that you will bear with me, because I really believe that it is very important for everybody in this room to introduce themselves. So of course we will start with Mr. Peter Nechpale, who is the DG of the department, to introduce, and then we will go through the entire side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Peter Nechpale. I'm the Acting Director General of the Department of Social Development. With me, we've got a team. I think each one will introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Sanbonan Tabani Butelezi from the National Department of Social Development. Thank you, responsible for strategy and organizational transformation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members. My name is Osborne Masilila, Chief Director in the Office of the Director General. Thanks.
Good afternoon, honourable members. My name is Fani Estreisen. I'm currently the Acting Chief Financial Officer for Social Development.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and Honourable members. My name is Tsakeri Wachauke. I am the Chief Financial Officer for SASSA.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and members. My name is Raphahle Ramokgopa. I'm the Executive Manager for Strategy and Business Development in SASSA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Minister, and members of the board of NDA who are here, and members of the committee. And my name is Sipho Zwane, General Manager in the head office of SASSA, responsible for strategy and business development.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Eva Malaji from SASSA Head Office. I'm the Senior Manager responsible for fraud and corruption investigation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members, Minister and colleagues. I'm Ken Maluleke, Chief Director, Strategy and Planning at the Department of Social Development. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Ben Murule from National Development Agency responsible for strategy development. Thank you.
Morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable members of the committee.
I thought I could just, let him get away with it. It's afternoon now.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Solomon Shingange, the Acting CFO at the National Development Agency.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honourable members. I am Nozabelo Ruth Bengu. I'm the Chairperson of the NDA board. Thank you very much.
Afternoon, Chair and colleagues. The name is Olwethu Puga. I serve as a board member in the NDA.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee and Minister and the Chair and members of the board and colleagues. My name is Bongan Magongo. I'm the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the NDA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister, honourable members. I am Totsi Memela. I'm the CEO of SASSA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Susan Kumalo. I'm the Chief Operations Officer of the NDA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members, Minister. My name is Moses Mbedli, looking after internal audit for SASSA.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Minister, Chairperson of the NDA Board, and colleagues and members of the committee. I'm happy to still be here. My name is Jessica Longwe. I'm in the Office of Minister, responsible for Cabinet and Parliamentary support.
Good afternoon, Chair, members, Minister. My name is Caesar Mahangwe, Acting DDG Welfare Services. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Minister, and honorable members. My name is Brenda Sibeko. I'm the DDG for Social Security at the National Department of Social Development.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Minister, honorable members. My name is Anita Samad. I'm the Chief Risk Officer for the Department of Social Development.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, members, Minister. My name is Brenton van Friede. I'm the Executive Manager for Grants Administration at Head Office SASSA.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, members of the committee, board members and the colleagues. My name is Abraham Mahlangu. I'm the Chief Information Officer at SASSA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Nati Ladla, Acting DDG for Corporate Services at National Department of Social Development. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members of the committee, the Minister and colleagues and board members. My name is Kisiame Moloi, Acting Company Secretary for the NDA.
Good afternoon, the Chairperson and the Minister. My name is Khomotsoki Kai, responsible for admin and parliamentary liaison support in the ODG.
Good morning, Chair, Minister, and honorable members. Oh, good afternoon. Don't tomorrow. That's why it's easier good morning. Good afternoon, and I'm Zodwa Mvulane, responsible for 2 regions for SASSA, which is Northwest and Limpopo.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, Honourable Minister, and the members, as well as the board and the colleagues. My name is Annalise Bester, and I'm the Acting Regional Executive of Western Cape. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I believe that was helpful, although there are familiar faces, some of which I'm very scared of. But, we'll tackle that at a later stage. I think there is time now, Acting DG, for you to take over and, allocate the presentation as you have planned. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair, and also congratulations for being appointed as the Chair. Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee for the 7th Administration, my Minister here, and the Deputy Minister in absentia, NDA Board Chairperson, Ruth Bengu, members and colleagues. This is the first presentation of the Departmental APP 24-25 in the 7th Administration. A social development portfolio. I think I must first say that we're looking forward to work with the Portfolio Committee, to support the work of the committee, and to receive guidance, and also to account on the work that we're supposed to do, as Minister have highlighted in terms of what we're supposed to do. Social development is a portfolio, meaning that we've got the mother body, which is social development. We've got SASSA and NDA. And as such, our responsibility is so huge as mandated by the Constitution, as mandated by the NDP 2030, That's where we receive our mandate. Honorable Chairperson, we are here social development, and we are promising as we start the 7th administration in your chairpersonship that we are going to do the best and we will deliver the services as we are required. We are presenting the annual performance plans, an interim one, that has been tabled before. As you are aware that we are going to be developing a new MTDP document that will guide the future APP. And also, as we will be led by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. I won't say much, but our more context will be given by the presenters. How we are going to deal with this is that we will first present the department APP, which is going to be led by the ADDG for SOT, and then followed by SASSA. The CEO of SASSA will present the APP for SASSA, and lastly, we will then request the NDA to do the presentation, and then I think it will be in that order. And I think more context will be provided in our presentation. Let me allow the acting DDG strategy, Tawani, to come and do the presentation. Thank you very much.
Just before you present, Mr. Buthelezi, I just want to ask the members if it is okay for us to have the presentations and jot down whatever questions you may have, so that once they have finished their presentations, we can then raise the issues and ask the questions at that time, so that we allow the flow of presentations. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Buthelezi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon. And good afternoon to all the honorable members, and congratulations, and to Minister and the DM in absentia. I think how I will start this is, of course, reinforcing and embellishing on already what has been expressed by both my Honorable Minister and the Acting DG in terms of trying to define who we are and what informs and underpins the work that we do. So everything that is about us is derived from the mandate that is built from the Constitution, in particular the sections 9, section 10, as well as 27 sections of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. But in addition to the Constitution, we also have the National Development Plan, which is also fondly referred to as Vision 2030. And the Chapter 11 of that particular NDP is one that provides us with an agenda and a mandate that underpins the work that we do. In particular, insofar as the leading the social protection space that we provide for us. And this supports some of the principles that are enshrined in our Constitution, which includes democratic values of human dignity, social justice, as well as in equality. And of course, as we understand the NDP 2030, it sets out the long-term vision for the country, so it has become a blueprint for the country in terms of trying to address the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, as well as inequality. And social protection fundamentally it seeks to reduce vulnerability, alleviates the ultimate and prevents poverty, and also empowers individuals, families, as well as communities through a range of social development services that we provide. I will share with you some of those in detail as I take you through, then unpacking our targets. As a DSD nationally, our major responsibility is about policy development. However, we are also providing some of the services, especially to vulnerable groups, through 3 main programs that defines us, which are the core services of our social development. We've got the welfare services, we've got comprehensive social security, as well as we are having community development. So into those 3 branches and those 3 core functions, that's where different policy instruments are developed, norms and standard legislations that will make sure that through those we are able to provide our services, which more often are provided at service delivery level, either in the provinces and so forth. But we'll share with you in details as we move on. So essentially, as the national department, there's only 2 services that we are providing directly. So if you see anyone knocking at our doors at national, it's because they're either here to do one of either 2 things, which is one is about the registration of non-profit organizations, which we do directly at national. The second one is those people who want to access what is called a child protection register, to make sure that those people who want to work with children are not found in that particular register, because that register is a register that has abusers and those that are deemed not appropriate to be working with children. So those are the 2 direct services that as national we are providing directly to our people. One of the major responsibilities that Minister has, since the country has got 7 priorities, we are responsible for the 4th priority, which is about consolidating the social way through reliable and quality basic services. So that's what defines us. But the provision of this social wage is just not only about what DST is entirely about. So there are other departments, including the Department of Labor, through the UIF and so many other elements. We've got Department of Health, we've got Department of Basic Education, but we're still going to give more details in the near future as we are able to present exactly in some of our documents. But the responsibility, the coordination of the priority number 4 is the responsibility of my minister sitting next to me here. So if then you look at the 6th administration, as DSD portfolio, as the acting DJ had said, Ola, we continue to recommit ourselves in our fundamental impact that we want to make to our people, which is about improving the quality of their lives. The second slide then begins to give light in terms of where we are with this plan that we are presenting today, especially given the establishment of the government of national unity. The acting DG has already indicated together with my minister that this APP was about consolidating and concluding the work that has been done by the 6th term of administration. So the plan that, this is the plan that we tabled only in end of March 2024. And as we know, on the 29th of May, that's when the elections were, and that's when we have to establish a new administration, and there will still be revision following the priorities that will be set by the government of national unity, as well as then what becomes the mandate, which might be shifted or influenced in some extent. Of course, as we've been providing these services as a social development, they've also been frustrated and hammered by a combination of factors, which amongst them include the growing poverty levels that we continue to experience, the issues of inequality, increase in social ills, which includes substance abuse, issues of teenage pregnancy, issues of gender-based violence and so forth. And recently, we've been experiencing quite a number of disasters. Yes, just yesterday, there were fires that were reported, but we've been having these inclement weather conditions as well that have left our communities much more devastated as a result of those that are affected. And as such, when those incidents happen, people are knocking on our doors or they're expecting the social development to provide, in particular the psychosocial support services and quite a wide range of other services, including the social relief of distress and so forth. It is therefore imperative that we take a closer look at some of these in the near future and see exactly how these, as Mr. indicated, could be better funded so that we are able to increase not just the footprint, but making sure that no one is left behind as we provide quite a range of these services. But despite these unprecedented disruptions to our service delivery environment, especially this was occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic, the issues of violent and social unrest that were experienced, there were July floods as well. We continue as this department to remain agile, to making sure that our services are responsive, and we are steadfast in developing and implementing those policies that will be making sure that they are able to provide the much needed support to our people. And we are also continuing to dig deeper. We are being innovative, making sure that our services are able to be accessed and will be able to see those as when the whole portfolio present, in particular SASSA, to demonstrate some of the innovations for people to access, especially some of our grants. So one of the decisions that we took as this portfolio as well in terms of APP development as we develop plans is to making sure that planning is just not an occasion but becomes a journey. So we begin planning just a month after we have tabled. So after tabling in March, end of March, our APPs in May, which is a month later, we start then the planning process because we believe it should not just be about ticking the boxes, but we need to have much more thinking. We need to adopt an evidence-based planning model, which then requires us to use quite a number of evidence from research, evidence from our previous performances and so forth. Without going into detail, but these are some, this depicts the journey that we took, which then informed what then ended up being tabled by end of March to Parliament, where we have done quite a number of consultations. We have even our own lekgotlas. We engage the whole sector. Acting DG and Minister spoke about the portfolio, which is ourselves, SASSA and NTA, but when you unpack and look at the sector, you also include the provincial departments who also have their own, because this department has concurrent functions with the with the provinces. Provinces, they also have their own priorities, so it's much more of a negotiated terrain. But then when you table the APP, DPME will want to make sure that there's an alignment. How do we make sure that what is happening, because there's one policy that has been developed, but what happens in Province A and Province B needs to be the same because they are interpreting and implementing the very same policy. So these are some of the areas, and through these APPs, that's where we are able to find consensus and to see that there's alignment in terms of what we are doing. So those are quite a number of consultations that you do, but also we engage even some of our non-profit organizations, because the larger proportion of our services, including even statutory services, are provided by the NGOs on behalf of government. So some of the NGOs are then the service delivery arm of government. That's why it's important that we need to strengthen that partnership that we're having with them. But also we have seen that even including some of the international organizations, the donors and so forth, because they are the like-minded with us, and we are able to tap into that. So these are some of the stages and areas in which, as well as we do the planning, we engage with, including the review of what SASSA contains, because and NTA, because we've got an oversight responsibility over these two entities, as it has been mentioned. So this has been a roadmap of what then this product that is before the honorable members in terms of the 2024-25 APP. We had the feedback sessions where we were meeting with the provincial counterparts, looking what is exactly contained in our plans, where are the areas where there could be customization and there's alignment between our plans and theirs. And we also making sure that because of these concurrent functions, one of the opportunities and ways to ensure that there's this alignment is the establishment of forums for various programs. So including the minister has her own forum where she meets the MECs of social development, the DG, as well as this forum where he meets with his counterparts, all the HOTs. So even DTGs themselves as well have got those forums where welfare services gurus will sit around and discuss their welfare-related matters and so forth, so including the planners. So using those platforms is easy as well to have this engagement about plans as well as about performance, and so that we're able to improve the service delivery at the end. So this just been the processes. We have had our own DSD lekgotla, and finally we're able by end of March to table all our PPPs. So this just gives then the roadmap that informed how this APP was crafted, how we made sure that it is quality assured, how we made sure that there's alignment between this plan, because people need to feel, experience DSD in the same way, irrespective of which office they choose to carry into. I think as a department, whilst we are waiting to know the priorities as they will come, but there are still headaches and issues that continue to plague our communities, and these are still matters of concern to us, and this is what we want to prioritize. And given the magnitude of poverty as well, so the basic income support, especially for the 18 to 59-year-olds, is one of the critical issues. And there's evidence, because if SASSA will present, you'll be able to see how many applications they receive on month-to-month basis, especially for this cohort, the 18 to 19, so that people are able to access, especially the 370 grant and so forth. So there's that priority as well of provision of the basic income support. Secondly, the gender-based violence, the president had declared it as a pandemic. So it's one of the issues that we prioritize, because we still see and observe these unwarranted incidents happening in our communities. My minister, there is a national strategic plan on gender-based violence. While she's responsible for the 4th pillar, but she still does contribute to all these other 6 pillars. So this still remains a major concern for us. Thirdly, with the escalation and the spreading of these social ills, the need for the employment of social service professionals as well seems to be increasing. Ideally, even when the former minister met with the president, one of the issues was to say, how can the SD work towards having a social worker in each school? Because we are experiencing quite a number of bullying and many of these things happening even in our schools and also even in companies. Now we are no longer thinking about many things, but the issues of mental health becomes an issue as well. So including some of these workplaces might need to have a social worker, and I'm sure probably will need it as well. The alcohol and substance abuse is one of the critical contributors to road accidents and many other issues, including gangsterism and so forth. So we continue to prioritize that. The disaster management, I've said it, the youth and so forth. So I won't go much into it, but these are some of these are the 9 critical areas that ourselves, as we met as a sector, that includes everyone. We said these are some of the issues that wherever you are in South Africa, these are the issues that need to be addressed, and we need to strengthen and build on this. Now, what is the outlook? How does this APP that my minister already said that is transitional, it bridges and ushering in the 7th administration, is an APP with about 55 targets, because as we said, it was just an APP that concludes the work. So there's nothing much, there's nothing new that has been introduced. So there are no new policies that we said we need to introduce, but we need to conclude the development of these policies, that the work that already started. So you'll see that most of these things, because the development of these legislation and policies is a very lengthy process. So most of the targets, as we'll see in this APP, about when this policy or the bill or whatever submitted to cabinet, which is then the last stage for it to be enacted. So this slide presents make comparison of the previous APP, which is 23-24, which had about 64 targets, and you could see the current one, the 24-25, has got 25. And we look at the contribution, and we break it down through the 5 programs. So our department has got 5 programs. Program 1 is administration. This is one that provides leadership and so forth. So it consists of the office of the minister or the ministry, because both minister and DM, office of the DG, corporate services, finance, as well as strategy and transformation. Those are the 4 or 5 programs that make then program 1. So program 1 is much more about support. It provides support. And then the rest of other programs then are the core. Program 2, essentially, because almost over 80% of our budget is 266 billion that is allocated to us for the payment of different social grants. So Treasury wanted to make sure that we have this payment, the social security element for the payment of grants being a standalone program. So that's what program 2 is about. So that's why you're seeing only one program, but I'll demonstrate as I go to other slides. And then program 3 is about social security policy. That's where all the policies relating to comprehensive social security are developed. Program 4 is about welfare services. And then program 5 is what is fondly referred to as community development. So these are the 5 programs. I thought I need to unpack them. So everything else is, we have just included, because when we develop these targets and make this commitment, what is it we want to do, we also need to consider what else is also expected. So minister will meet and have a performance agreement with the president. So as we develop the plan, we need to make sure what she had committed to is between what the commitment between herself and the president also find expression in the APP. So those are some of the things that we need to consider. Secondly, the DPNE has developed the National Annual Strategic Plan, and we have to make sure that we are compliant, because they will tell us that as social development, please prioritize issues of establishing shelters and so forth, because the fight against gender-based violence is important. So we need to make sure that we include some of those elements. The MTSF, as you know, is a 5-year plan, and now it will change. It will no longer be called the medium-term strategic framework. It will now be called the medium-term developmental framework, hence the MTTP and so forth. And I understand the country as well, following the COVID-19 and with all its frustration, the country developed what is called an economic reconstruction and recovery plan, the EPPP. So we need to make sure that as a Department of Social Development, we also make a contribution. It's just not about provision of grants and so forth, but in terms of economic development, through many other programs, we had to do something, especially on issues of the infrastructure and so forth, because as we build some of our sites and centers that we need to have, it's being viewed also as towards contributing towards economic development. Honorable Chair, you know, when we come and present the annual report, there will always be a BRRR, and we always need to come and account. How far are you in addressing these issues we have picked up in your annual plan? So we are taking that seriously, and we also include and making sure that it's part of our plan. So these are some of the areas we set for ourselves. When we do the plan, it's just not about ticking the boxes, but we need to have some science. What is it that needs to be included in our plan, and we consider some of those elements. I thought I need to indicate that. The next slide depicts then the classification. How then do we classify these targets? So of the 55 targets, exactly what is it that you say you are doing? So you will see, as we said, this is a concluding APP. We are no longer developing policies, so it can't be having the majority of the targets, because we are closing down, we are winding down on what we started in 2019, 2020, and to pushing for the next 5 years. And of course, so issues of compliance, we should relate to making sure that the provinces are able to conclude on what they have committed to do, we're building system and so forth. This is how then we are trying to unpack, and so that we're able to demonstrate exactly how to classify these targets that we have included in our PPP. However, I need to admit that they were only because of other agency issues. So we should be having only 50 targets, but we included other additional 5 because of some of our demands. In his State of the Nation address last year, the president had said each department should need to make sure that 40% of procurement goes to women-owned businesses. So we wanted to include that in our target, because it is a directive from the president. It had to find expression as well. So we had also to consider some of the things. Last year there were lots of incidents. Honorable Chair will recall, in terms of the abuse as well of the older person. So the development of that particular register became an important element. So we had to include some of those particular targets, because we wanted to demonstrate that we take these matters very, very, very serious. So it's only 5 targets, which are the new targets as compared to the other APPs of the previous financial years. Honorable Chair, I won't be going into detail in terms of expressing each and every target, but as I said, this is a list. So if you look at number 1, program 1, for example, program 1, which includes oversight, we've got a responsibility to provide oversight over both SASSA and NTA. So as a department, we have developed an oversight framework. So we have to make sure that is implemented. And in this target, we can unpack and show you, if you have the documents, exactly what will be happening in Q1, in Q2, in Q3. Today, being the 10th of July, we have concluded the work of the first quarter in end of June, because we started in April, May, June. So we have the first quarter, and I'm sure we'll await the invitation and come and present exactly what we were doing other than voting for the members. We can show that. We also had developed a stakeholder and donor management strategy, which we continued to implement. We've been rolling out a very important system, which is about monitoring and evaluation. Because what has been happening is national, we have not been able, and we were exposed mainly during COVID-19, because we couldn't tell exactly what is happening at the service delivery level in each service point. So we have then developed a digital M&E system, because we also wanting to do away with paper-based data management, because it's not reliable. So we've built over 3 years this M&E system. We are rolling it out. It's not easy. It requires quite a lot of capacity and lots of funding. But we said we can eat this elephant step by step and so forth, in making sure that otherwise is fully implemented. We some of the targets here, because we've got legal services. So as we develop these legislations, because legal services within Program 1, especially when the legislation is at a stage where it's legal service that provides leadership, so they will be falling around here. But also, we're a target where we wanted to obtain a qualified audit opinion in terms of our annual financial statements. I did indicate exactly Program 2 is just about this money. So this 260 billion to SASSA is need to be made in line with the payment schedule approved by National Treasury. So there is evidence that in each and every month, every eligible grant recipient is able to be paid. The money gets out of this and making sure that it goes then to SASSA. Program 3 it's about various policies that relate to comprehensive social security. So there are about 6 that we want to conclude. And you'll see all of them is no longer about development, it's about submitting for approval. And one of those is about policy on integrating children's grant beneficiaries with government services. Because as we pay these social grants, we do understand that while that is a basic grant, but it entitles these particular beneficiaries also to other government services. For example, look, you shouldn't be a child support grant beneficiary and still go to a Quintile 1 school, for example, unless you've been provided a scholarship and so forth. So these are some of the elements that, so it means you qualify to be in an office school, you could be, and so forth and so forth. So one of the things we're trying to do is to say, how do we link these particular social protection systems and services to make sure that there's a quantum of services that is received by this particular beneficiary. So we wanted also to submit for approval the policy on maternal support to Cabinet. I did indicate earlier when I was listing the priorities that the income support for the 18 to 59-year-olds is quite important. So there's a policy work that has been done in that regard. We have also wanted to produce an audit report on the social assistance grants, and I think the final one is the submission of the white paper on comprehensive social security to Cabinet for approval, so that this is issued for public comment. So this is some of the work that Honorable Chair will also recall. It started even during the 5th administration and moved to the 6th administration and so forth. And it's quite important part of the work that needs to be concluded, hopefully, by this leadership of the 7th administration. On Program 4, I did indicate this is about welfare services. And the majority of the work here, because this is the largest program, dealing with issues of children, older persons, issues of social ills, substance abuse, our capacity to respond and look at the social aspect of the effects and impacts of HIV/AIDS. how do we come up with social behavioral change program and so forth. So if you look at the majority of those targets, it's about how do we reach these districts so that we have developed these policies, but we need to build capacity for them to implement, interpret, and so forth. So the majority of these targets here are around the issues of providing support for the implementation of these by building capacity and make sure in various areas. I won't be going into detail, but I take the presentation as having been submitted, and the chairperson is gives me an approval. Thank you, Chair. That I can just summarize some of these things. So there's 18 targets in this, as I said earlier. Some of them will also including the submission of policies rather than starting everything from scratch, as you see in the slides. And then the final program is program 5. Also importantly here is just 2 programs that I will highlight. Number one of the major responsibilities that we have, and it's also included in the Minister's Performance Agreement, is about the Expanded Public Works Program. Of course, it's huge. We are responsible for the social aspect of it. So the employment of AMA practitioners that used to be in early childhood development centers were one of those cohorts that became our responsibility. But of course, with the migration of that function to DBE, we are still left with some of those, including your childcare workers and so forth, and some of those particular cadres that provides much of the community services. So it's still part of the expanded public works program. And honorable chairs will understand, the president had launched as well last year the phase 5 of the EPWP, and we also have a target as DSD in terms of in the next 5 years. These are the number of job opportunities that we are expected to have created, and I can assure you we have always overachieved in this particular regard. The second one, as I said, is about the work and the interface that the department, which I said is a direct service that people are able to access to us as a national, which is about the NPO registration. So on every quarter, in every year, we want to make sure that as people apply to be registered as the NPO, we are able to assist them. So we always set a target, but it's just not only about registration, but also it's about compliance, because we need to make sure that there's quite a lot that is happening right now, including issues of terrorism and so forth. So we need to make sure that they are able to comply and we are able to build capacity in terms of those. Through you, Chairperson, as I said, I won't be going into detail, but the presentation does here. We just wanted to add these slides, which then begin to show you what then has been the output, which is much more technical, up to the actual indicator throughout. So this then includes the list. Through you, Chairperson, maybe I will then request that I hand over to the acting CFO to present then the budget, because as we do this APP, we want to make sure that also that it is fully costed, so that we are able to deliver. But of course, Chair, we will come and say, but you achieve 99 this side, and yet the targets are what, and we are able to demonstrate that. But let me allow then Mr. Van Esterhuizen to take us through the budget element. Thank you so much, Chairperson and honorable members. Thanks.
You will present from where?
Thank you, Mr. Buthelezi. We'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and once again, good afternoon. So, honourable members, Department of Social Development is the biggest service delivery department currently in government in terms of the budget that we have. You could see that since 2022-23, we've been growing. This year's allocation is 275 billion that we've been allocated, which obviously includes the social grants and our entities in terms of this. For the next financial year, for 25-26, you could see there is a drop. That's because the Treasury has decided that the SRD 350 will not be continuing in 25-26. But we are busy with them to make a case that it will to be extended for another year, another 2 years. But that will be part of the MTF discussions that we will have with them, that we've already started in July with the National Treasury to ensure that the 350 or the 370 now will continue in the next financial years. And therefore, if the decision has been taken or agreed to, that 257 and next year will then increase, obviously. The current numbers that we're looking at is around 40 billion that the SRD 350 is costing us. But yes, that's the case that we will make with them in the MTF. So the next slide, Dubs. This is just, and we all know for 24-25, government has had serious budget cuts. And all government departments have been cut by about 10%. Now, if you look at that slide that says baseline reductions, you could see that just for DSD is about 1.6 billion that we were cut for the next 3 financial years, of which 550 has started in this financial year. The biggest one was on the SASSA administration, and there were small amounts for the department, although because of a department and operational it's not so big, it got a severe impact in our APP that we had for this financial year. The other big cut was on the NDA. 18 million sounds a little bit small, but if you look at the NDA allocation that they have, that's 10%. That's a severe cut, and that's some of the decisions taking forward how we will rectify this. Next slide. So these are our main programs, and as Tabani has said, that Program 1 administration is our support services. We could see that from 23-24 to this financial year, the budget cuts is imminent. You could see that this decreases. From administration, that's all our support services, the Minister, the Deputy Minister's office, the DG's office, all our support areas in terms of comms, IT, finance. It's been allocated 420 million, and most of our services is centralized in terms of departmental things that's been paid centrally in administration. Then Program 2 Social Assistance, the 266, I think Tabani has raised that. That's where we pay our, I think, 18 or 19 million grants from. That's a monthly transfer we do to SASSA on a monthly basis, amounting to about 22 billion per month that they do transfers. On the Social Security Policy, that's the program that deals with the social security policies, social assistance and social insurance, but also the amount that we transfer to SASSA administration. It's now in the region of 7 billion that goes to them on an annual basis for their operations. On welfare services, 304 million. There's an amount of about 45 million that we currently subsidizing about 28 or 30 NGOs, which includes SANAC of 15 million. So that's the biggest core function currently in the department. And then on the social policy program 5, and that 351 is an amount included of the 220 million for the NDA. So if you deduct that, there's not much left for the specific core program. Next. So just in terms of our operations, you could see that we have not much in terms of operational budgets. Our personnel budget is about 536 million. It's a slight increase from the prior year. Then the budget cut, if you look at goods and services, last year we had 415 million. There you could see there's a drop to 363. That's 13% of our budget, and that's why I say the impact thereof is in terms of the APP. Then under transfers and subsidies, you could see there's an increase because of the SRD. Biggest amount there is on households. The others were small inflation increases that we also subsidize. These payments that we do international organizations where DSD plays a major part. The NPOs, that's what I mentioned, there's about 28 or 30 NGOs that we're currently subsidizing. Then CAPEX is the normal infrastructure things that we pay for, tools of trade and those type of things. Next. So if we take off the special allocations which is clearly earmarked that we cannot touch, the department has only got about 900 million to deal with all this big money on an annual basis. So it's not much, but we ensure that we stay within these allocations in terms of personnel and operational budgets. So that just gives you an indication what we have as an organization to manage the big money.
Please excuse me, I'm so sorry, CFO.
Yes.
This screen does not show all the numbers, and that's the screen that the members are looking at. I don't know how we can sort of not enlarge it in such a way that it doesn't show the last numbers.
Is it different from that one? Oh, apologies. I'm not sure if it's me or the presentation.
I'm sorry.
But it's correct there. Yeah.
If the only way, probably, if that is fine.
Okay. So let me start again. So if you look at our 275 billion that we have for this financial year, we transfer on an annual basis 274 billion to SASSA, NDA, or organizations of 47 million. And so if we strip out the big money from the department, we only sit with 899 or 900 million that we have to do in terms of funding our current establishment, doing our day-to-day operations in terms of this. So we're a little bit under budget that, but we manage this on an annual basis to ensure that this is done. And then if you looked at that slide, which is the budget cut that we had, 71 million that was cut for this year, it comes from that 363. That's where the biggest issue is that we're currently having. Then the last slide, Chairperson. Next page, yeah. It's just to give analysis of how did the department do in terms of its annual financial statements with the Auditor General. So we've been having a clean audit for most of the periods except for the one financial in 18-19. We had a qualified audit with findings, and I think that was on the grants because there's materiality. The AG has found us one thing, but for the rest of the financial years, going as far back as 11-12, we either had an underqualified or a clean audit in terms of this. So we've been doing very well in terms of the big money that we're managing on an annual basis and ensuring that our books are clean with the Auditor General. Thank you, Chair. Who's gonna?
Thank you so much. I don't know if the acting DG wants to say anything before I hand over to the members to ask their questions or make their comments.
No, I'm
okay. Members, it's now up to you to make your comments or ask your questions to the department on the basis of the presentations that have been made. And Demunyai.
Firstly, thank you, Chairperson, and thank the Minister. We welcome this presentation in the context that has been outlined by the Minister that this is transitional budget, APP. But another thing, again, that we have to understand going forward is that the basis of this presentation is to enable us as honourable member to engage or to debate on the mini plenary budget that is due tomorrow on Thursday. That is the basis. So that is the basis in which we have requested the department also to assist us to prepare for that budget. And we can only make that contribution, impactful contribution, based on the presentation that we have received. And I'm saying this, Chair, with all due respect, that if there's any other issues, we may deal with them going forward, because we will not achieve the objective of the day if we don't receive this presentation with respect to performance plan and the budget to enable us that we must be able to prepare for mini plenary. I mean, I don't want to raise issues, because some of the issues, for instance, in the executive overview of the minister, issues of filling of the critical post, the minister has outlined that. Turnaround strategy of the department, or the minister has dealt with that issues. But one thing that I want to raise, Minister, is that we're not macro-managing executive. There's a separation of power between the executive, the judiciary, and ourselves, and the legislature. Because I'm just worried that now that our deputy minister is not well, and he went to the media and says he's going to Gauteng to engage with the stakeholders and in the public media discourse. And I'm just saying that we know that the nerve center of the executive is cabinet. And we see, Chairperson, some ministers are issuing the policy position or what they are going to do, because we know that the decision that will enable us to respect or oversight to as well as the legislature is the decision that arises from the cabinet. And I'm sure if the ministers, new ministers, it's been long, some of them, they've not been into the executive. So I think if that issue can be well managed. And we're not trying to control them, but I think it can create that decision are taken at a different level. And we know that it's taken from the cabinet. We are very happy, Minister, with what we received thus far. It will help us for the Thursday. Issues of concern, you already raised them, and they are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mnyai. We'll go to Honorable Tafeni, and then you will come after her, Honorable Mare.
Enkosi Chairperson, andizibulisele kwakhona ngale njikalanga kwi-members zeParlament naku-administrators zonke. In the first question, in the NA or in the Parliament 2024, the President in 2024 SONA and the Department of Social Development through former Minister Zulu confirmed that the country is moving towards the introduction of the basic income grant, which the implementation of the SRD grant provided a best practice. How does SASSA envisage this will be impacted upon by the budget cuts, taking into consideration the impact that cut already have on the implementation of the SRD grant? How is SASSA planning to address this challenge? Another question, since I'm the new member in this committee, because in the 6th Parliament I'm in water and sanitation, I want to know how many entities in social development, because I'm the new member here. The second question, in terms of human resource issues, the NDA in its previous annual report 2023 to 2022 to 2023 reported that there were human resource shortage in some part of the organization, which resulted in overstretching the current work for beyond their primary responsibility. Does the NDA have mechanism in place to ease the burden of extreme work pressure? The last one.
Honorable Tafeni, I'm so sorry to sort of intercept you there. We are still going to have, if you just check on your agenda, we're still going to have a full presentation from SASSA and a full presentation from the NDA. But I believe that you've taken the questions into consideration. I just don't want you to go on with the questions, before the presentations are done. Honorable Mare.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just have a few concerns that I would like to raise with the department. Is that we see that there is budget cuts and that is going to have a dire thing on social workers as well as NPOs. There is a shortage of social workers, but we have more than 300 3,000 social workers that is unemployed. They've been to this committee already to come and explain to us what is the problem at the very moment. So I want to know, because I see the budget cuts and I see what the person was explaining to us now. I am just, my question I want to ask, what proactive programs are the department having in place for all these things that's going to happen? We talk about disaster fund. Last year, we implemented the disaster fund that is going to the President's office after the disaster of KZN. And the KZN disaster has still not been sorted out, and the disaster is in this plan here. If you look at the rehab centers that is supposed to be part of the department, my problem that I have is if you look at people that is highly on drugs, after a while they get mad, no? They run naked in the streets. It becomes the department's problem. You're going to pay that person disability grant for the rest of his life. So there's nothing that is proactive to prevent these things happening. The same with the alcohol abuse. The people abusing alcohol is the people usually that is working on farms. You get a child that is born with alcohol syndrome. That child will never be able to learn. That child is going to be a problem for the state for the rest of his life till he dies one day. Because the child cannot concentrate in school, he cannot work in school, he's going to get a disability grant for the rest of his life. Things like that, suppose we part of the plan that the department is having. Yes, the minister is new, she's taking over from another minister. It's things that we have been discussing because I've been in the Department of Social Development last year for 2 years. And there's nothing proactive happening. The same with the elderly abuse that we are sitting with. We had the road shows, we had the public participation. And just last week, another elderly person was abused in a house by a grandson. It was everywhere on social media. It is things like that, is asking yourself the question, what are we doing to proactively make sure that things like this does not happen? It's nice to have things on paper. It's nice to have it on black and white, but what is happening in the communities is a total different thing. Like the chairperson was saying, this department is the biggest department. This department is where the poorest of the poor is coming to, and they come to us. And it is publicly that we are the Department of Social Development. So I've been receiving emails already saying, number one, social grant can't be paid on the 7th. The 7th is too far. The old people cannot wait till the 7th. It's things like that that we as a department must take in consideration, because from the 1st to the 7th, it is very long for the people to pay their debts and water and electricity and all these things. So we need to be more proactive to make sure that we don't have the same occurrence happening all the time. So I agree that, and I acknowledge that the ministers knew, but I think there's a lot of these things that we've been discussing in our portfolios. It is coming back, and it's going to occur every year. It's going to come back because every year there's budget cuts. And every year the NPOs are struggling, that is doing the work for the department, that cannot cope with what is happening. But every year we are getting more NPOs that is registering with the department. How are we going to accommodate even the new ones? Because there's no limit that say we can only have 500 or 5,000, whatever the amount is, as NPOs. So I don't want to prolong the thing, but even with the HIV/AIDS, in the beginning we had a lot of programs of HIV/AIDS. I was a counselor in HIV/AIDS at Naledi Hospice, but nowadays no one is talking about it. So there's no prevention that is making people aware of things anymore like we used to do in the olden days. Now younger children are having multiple sex partners. HIV/AIDS is broad, and then also the teenage pregnancy is becoming like a joke, you know. I'm in my school uniform with a big stomach. It's like a fashion nowadays, because there's nothing that is telling these children in schools that having multiple sex partners, you're going to get HIV/AIDS, you know. And some of them are having sugar daddies because they have monies and cars and things like that. I'm sorry to prolong this thing, but we have all the departments here, and I think it's something that we must look into. You know, some things that that even the same with the children that is being adopted. The adoption period is taking too long. Children are not getting the money. People are frustrated. You know, things that the department can make easy by not having all this unnecessary red tape. That is going to make the work of the department so much easier, and for us in the department that is in the portfolio, where people are writing to us emails to ask us these questions, then we can respond to them in a proper way. So I'm going to stop here because I have a lot of questions. I wrote 3 pages full here. I'm not going to ask all these questions because I know it's unfair towards the minister also, because she's just landed into this department, and I can see some of the other faces that was here the last time are not here. Linton is not here. Is Linton still here? Linton is not here. So I think, like my chairperson was saying, this is a critical department. The poorest of the poor is coming to this department. So all our work and all our efforts, we need to pull together to make sure that this department is going to be a success. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Mare. Honourable Alexander. Just before you speak, Honourable Alexander, I just wanted to say the Honourable Mare knows, and so this is for the benefit of the other members, that if you have questions, there is a process where you can send in your questions for written reply. And this department, I was looking at the answering of written reply questions. It was the lowest in terms of questions that were not responded to. So you can rely on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just got 2 questions on the APP and then just a request and a comment. My questions on the APP, I'm not too sure if it's now because of budget cuts, but it would appear that the targets set are somewhat reduced than before, and I'd just like to find out if that is now a direct relation to the budget cuts. Then also the Victim Support Services Bill. When that was first introduced, it faced a lot of criticism from the stakeholder sector, and I'd just like to find out, is that bill being introduced in its same format, or has it gone back to the drawing board and a different version of that bill will be presented to Cabinet? Then also there were other bills such as the Social Service Draft Bill, the Non-Profit Organisations Amendment Bill, Social Service Practitioners Bill. Are those bills not on the cards for the APP? You know, what's happened to those bills? And then also a request, and it's also part of the committee's request, that we also don't wait till the last, the end of the term to start the process of our bills, so that we actually, you know, started early on. So that's on the APP. Then a general comment which is similar to the Honourable Marie. I'm sure the minister still will be having her mid-mech with all the new MECs, and the issue of budget cuts and the lack of funding to NGOs and them closing their doors. I mean, once their doors close, you know, what happens to those vulnerable individuals who were using those NGOs for food and other services? I mean, is there a plan, and does the plan, you know, incorporate the NDA, because they also have that mandate when it comes to capacitating, you know, NGOs? So what is the plan for these NGOs who have just resorted to closing their doors, because that will be a humanitarian disaster waiting to happen? And then just a request, and I don't know if the request goes to the ADG's office, via Lindy to the ADG's office, if we can please just have a contact list of the officials, and then an updated contact list of the new MECs and maybe the HOMs or the new the DGs in the provinces as well, because we get queries from provinces and everybody, and I know we can send it directly to you, ADG, but you know, it also can streamline the process. We can send it to the respective provinces as well. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Alexander. Any other member? Member Frenchman. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Please give you, I'm new. My question is regarding policies. Will we be notified what policies are completed and the ones that aren't? And also, will we as a committee be able to provide input? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Frenchman. I believe Honourable Munyai, you have a question, sir? Okay, sorry, I'll come back to you. Please go ahead.
Ndabulela mhlanga ngaphambili. Besentshilo kuba ndungufrance Kamfiki emqando Eastern Cape for MK. Ndinengxaki. Ndibona i-department incedisa kakhulu into ezinjenge-drugs nakunyuka kwe-HIV kuba ngapha uthi HIV yabulala ngapha uthi get pregnant, I'll pay you something. So ndifuna ukwazi ukuthi i-department incedisa njani kwezinto ezimbini, because you get HIV ngongazikhuseli, at the same time awusebenzi. Once ube nalomntana ngapha ufuna ukuthola imali, uyisothola le mali soyithatha isa kwi-drugs. Ndimile apho.
Thanks, Honourable Member. Any other question before I go back to... Oh, yes, please go ahead, Honourable Shangase.
Honourable Chairperson and the Honourable Minister and the department officials, I greet you all. My question is simple and straightforward, but please allow me to ask this question in my vernacular language because I'm representing people down there. Some of them, especially most of them, they not understand this foreign language. So the presenter Ushenge, he mentioned that the department in ama areas amaningi akhona wabala indaba ye social development, community development. So what I want to know is i-department yenzani ukuthi ibone ukuthi lapha emphakathini, because in 30 years of our democracy, people basabanga amanzi angcolile noma mdaka na neinkomo emakhaya ukuthi babonakala ukuthi kukhona okwenzakalayo, ugovernment kukhona akwenzayo. And then the other thing indaba ye what you call basic income support. And then my question on that area, it's based on the monitoring. And then because you find that low 15 years to 59 years of age, labo bantu fanele ngabe bayithola le basic income support bangakwazi ukuthi ba access because of amhlambe indlela yokuthi istaff sethu thina kwi department singakwazi ukuthi sitreat abantu kahle. Ubuye nalento namhlanje kusasa kuthiwa kubuye nenye, kusasa kuthiwa kubuye nenye, instead of akwazi ukuthi kubhalwe into eyodwa ukuthi okay ukuze ukwazi uaccessa le basic income support funeke wenze 1 2 3 and 4. Ngifuna ukubuza ukuthi ke I monitoring ihamba kangakanani kwi staff sethu sisuke sikhona kwi department. And then the other thing, le ye EPWP programs ngabe eka government noma yenhlangano ethize esuka iphethe ngaleso sikhathi, ngoba we find that most of our community members if beke ba availa ukuthi ba kulephi political party, and then government osuke khona ngaleso sikhathi uvela stop immediately leyo program bona yama EPWP programs. kuthiwa abakwazi ukuthi bayithole bona ngoba basuke sebe ama members enye political party. Thank you.
Masibonge Babshangas. Sengizobuyela, I'll just go back now to Honorable Mnyai.
I thought the debate on Thursday, so I don't want to engage on the debate. All I wanted to get clarity. The department raised the issue of the bill. If I can just be brief, that the bill relates to what? But one of the issues that is a source of destabilization, as the presenter would have said, is the issues of alcohol, binge drinking. And the bigger the alcohol multinational companies, they may not want to accept, but as the consequence is this, one of the biggest source of family destabilization in society, it's arising out of the alcohol. Maybe in the future, it depends on the thinking of the minister. If we have to find a way or a bill to resolve the issue of alcohol, not that it should be banned, there should be some mechanism in which we can help restrict. Lastly, that if there could be, maybe the department should also have capability to audit some of these NGO, because some of the NGO are progressive partners, but some they receive this money to be able to undermine the program of government and the minister that lead that programs. You know, we know them, and they are getting some funding, some of them, from the Foreign Intelligence Agency to destabilize our country and our policies and our leadership. But I'm saying that if that audit could be made such that they're funding the people that we fund, some they come here, they become a proxy, they're NGO, and they're also getting, they may get some funding from the department. But going forward, because today is about APP, performance plan and budget for Thursday, we don't have to go deep to that. I'm trying to avoid a debate in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mnyai. I will help you in avoiding a debate. Don't worry. So now we will go to the department for responses to the questions and comments that have been made so that we can get to the next presentation. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much.
I forgot just one thing now that I'm listening to the things, is that I would like the minister to rethink the issue of the baby savers. It was taken out, and if you look again about the baby savers, we just pick up children again in dustbins and things, where that one was really assisting the department. But because of legal implications, it was taken out. But I think we should have a relook at that thing as a minister of the baby savers. Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry for.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I really want to thank and appreciate questions from the honorable members. However, I would want to appeal, Chair, that we be allowed to go and present our budget vote so that we can speak more on what is supposed to be done by the department at this time, but also informed by our mandate that is derived from the Constitution of the Republic and all other relevant documents. Remember, no minister just wakes up and thinks, what else do I want to do, as against to the Constitution and other relevant documents. Forever, we are forced to, in fact, our mandate is derived from the Constitution. So if we can be allowed to go and present our budget vote and speak more on our mandate, speak more on how far we've been able to traverse the road and identify challenges that we had and give answers for this particular financial year, so that we can be clearer on what to want to go within the relevant documents that dictates us on how to go about in implementing our responsibility. I take and really understand the frustrations that are there. Insofar as the NDA, they are here, they are going to present. As SASSA, they are here, they are going to present. Other matters that are talking direct to us, we will talk more in our budget vote. Other matters that are being asked, remember, we must perform our constitutional responsibility, however we see it. We can't go around to say, no, I don't think I like this one because it maybe encourages early pregnancy and so on. If there's a child, it doesn't matter, it's not our business how the child came about. Ours is to make sure that the baby is being looked after. If it has been proved beyond doubt that he or she deserves our own assistance. That's what we are supposed to do. Yes, we have relevant programs insofar as AIDS and HIV. However, we are working in partnership with our departments and other sister departments and other institutions that are relevant to make sure that we deal with the scourge. On the disaster fund, we are going to speak more on that when we present our budget vote. So, Chair, I really want Honourable Chair to appeal to Honourable members to say, yes, questions are really very relevant, but let's find time to get to hear more on what exactly, because we said earlier on, this is just a transitional that concludes the 6th administration towards the 7th. So let's engage towards what we are going to present and really earnestly get answers to what we would have presented before you. And we commit we will give answers to what we'll be presenting in our budget vote. And we will identify weaknesses, because together we've been in this. We are very fresh, all of us, fortunately, because we are coming from interaction with our communities. We are all from the elections. We know by heart what our communities expect us to do. We know where the gaps are. We know how to address. About the budgets, ADG, you will speak more. What is going to be the situation? About basic income grant, allow us to speak on it, because for now it has been said by everybody else except by the people responsible. So let us be allowed to speak on it and give direction on what's going to happen. We know there's an expectation, which is, expectation is very relevant. However, we must put it into the legal context so that we are able to serve our people in a manner that seeks to say we respect the Constitution of the Republic. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair. I'll request that the ADG comes in to give particular responses on what has been asked by honourable members. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister and Honourable Chair. I think there are a few questions that have been asked. We will request DDGs that are here to give us that special advice in terms of the questions that have been asked. There was an question on the VIG and how we envisage that. I think maybe Brenda can just brief in terms of how far we are in terms of that. There was a question on the entities. I will come in. The names of the bills, I think advocate will give us the bills, how far the process or the progress on different bills that we have. There was an issue of the unemployed social workers that I think SASSA will go through. But there were an issue in terms of, I think the Honourable Maria is out. She asked questions on what are the proactive or innovative approach that we have to deal with all these programs as some prevention. I think SASSA will deal with that. And I think the other issues is the issue of the NPO funding. And I think we should be able to provide you we will provide some answers, and I think I will do it myself in terms of that. And the EPWP, Shenge, you will answer that question. Yeah, let's start with the Brenda, BIG.
Before you do that, Ms. Sbego, I'm just being, I believe, very strategically advised here, and I will get the feeling of the members. I will use Honourable Tafeni's question as evidence for this request, that we have all the presentations done, because obviously the department is a portfolio, so that when the questions are asked, it doesn't matter who they are about. They just, the questions are asked, and so that we don't keep saying, no, don't say that one has not spoken yet, and so on and so forth. Do the members agree? Okay, sure. Please go. So I'm sorry to disrupt your yes, acting DG, but I would like to ask. I hope that the colleagues from SASSA are ready to present, so that after them, then the National Development Agency also presents, so that when the members ask questions, they can ask whatever questions they feel like. Thank you. Thank you.
CEO of SASSA.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Honourable Chair, honourable members. In terms of the presentation for SASSA, what we will do is I will just do the context, and Ma'am Ramokgopa, who is responsible for strategy, will do the rest of the presentation on the APP, and the CFO will then talk to us with regards to the budget, what it is that we have done, what we're going to do in terms of this year. The purpose, I want to believe, has been clarified by the ADG already, but I thought it was important in terms of the context to clarify that our strategic plan, which has been indicated already, is a transition plan in terms of us moving from the 6th to the 7th administration. The key areas that are in our current portfolio are things that we put across 5 years ago when we started this process in terms of what we need to do. The areas that affect and impact on SASSA are high levels of poverty, unemployment, and disasters that affect our people, that we always have to respond on in terms of making sure that we provide the support in partnership with all the other stakeholders in the provinces, but also other additional stakeholders like the NGOs that work in this sector. The poverty rate has increased, and as a result, we are now providing grants in more numbers, yet in 2023, the numbers that we're providing support to were 18.2 million. The extreme poverty impacts on what it is that we actually do, and now we find ourselves that in terms of the population that represent the people that we give grants is sitting at about 29%. The unemployment rate continues to impact on us as a country, and this is another issue that continues to impact. As a result, not only of the unemployment, we now currently serve our communities with regards to SRD that started as a grant that we're doing as a result of COVID, but we've continued with that particular grant. In the past year, we've experienced a major disasters in different provinces, some which are not your traditional provinces that get impacted by disasters, but the provinces that always do get affected in any case are Western Cape and KZN. But in recent years, we've also had Northwest and Limpopo also being affected by disasters, and we have had to make sure that we also make the clarion call and provide support in those provinces. We've had to spread our services in terms of ensuring that the citizens are serviced in terms of the work that we need to do. And in addition, we, as indicated earlier on, we continue to also provide the 350 grant, which is now called the 370 grant, because the amount has since been increased to 370. Chair, it's very important to also highlight, particularly for the new members, the collaboration that we've had over the years with Postbank and Post Office, and also the issues that we need to continue to address in this portfolio. But it's important to indicate that now what we actually do is we provide the grants into individuals' bank accounts, with Postbank and numbers having decreased. When we started the relationship with Postbank, the number of grants that they used to provide were over 8 million, but because of the challenges we've had, these have decreased to about 3.8 million grants that are actually provided by Postbank, because we've had to actually transfer the relationship, the MSA, from Post Office to Postbank because of the challenges that we've had at the Post Office. We know that many of the post offices have been closed, but we were having major other problems prior. Hence, we then ceded the contract to Postbank from Post Office, because Postbank also continues to exist like a bank, like any other banks. The challenge, though, being that they don't have a network, and the network that they were using is the Post Office network, which also impacts on their delivery. But they now have had relationships with a range of stakeholders where people can be able to get their grants from if they have a Postbank account. So the subcontractor now is Postbank and not a Post Office. We've since also issued a termination notice to Postbank, because we feel that with them not being able to provide support on the two channels that were key for them to provide support, which is the cash pay points that they don't do anymore because of the demand that they've had on us to say we need to pay 500 million more for them to be able to provide that service, which we don't have, and also at the Post Office, where the service is not provided anymore because the Post Office never has the cash. I just thought it was important, we thought as a team that it was important for us to highlight it, Chair, even though we may not be able to debate it deeper. Currently, we can deal with it as time goes on. In terms of the challenges that we have in terms of the focus in 24-25 financial year, the key areas that we focus on is contributing to poverty reduction, which we indicated earlier on, particularly for people that are not able to support themselves, even if it's children's honorable, who may be the ones that are affected. But it also creates another drama in terms of the other ills that may impact on those mothers. But we don't have any choice but to provide that child support grant, as the Minister has indicated, to provide temporary reprieve in terms of people that are being affected by distress, like during disasters, and also to address the dignity challenges of beneficiaries, which the issue of the cash pay points is one of the issues that we've had to juggle with as an institution, to look at what it is that we need to do as a country, but we need to look at other alternatives in terms of what support can be provided in communities, in spaza shops and in other areas, which may not be core to us, but it's something that is required in communities. We've been over the past 5 years doing a lot of work in terms of making sure that we automate the way we do business by investing in systems that will get us to enable us to migrate from manual business processes to make sure that we automate on the systems that we actually have from paper to make sure that we can do work differently. The issue of improving customer experience, and I'm sure in your walks as you engage communities, the issue of community experience continues to be raised highly, which is what we continue to work on to look at what it is that we need to do. We also contribute towards economic and developmental opportunities for SMMEs and cooperatives. Yes, the amount that we currently are looking at in terms of the target is targeting women, youth, and people with disabilities, and the CFO will indicate as to what our contribution has been so far. So in terms of our program structure, we have program 1, which is basically the administration side, which is supporting the business, and program 2 is basically on the grant side of the business, which is what it is that we do. Chair, I want to end here and request Raphael to continue with the rest of the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Raphael.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, CEO, for the overview. Just to start on the presentation, this slide just gives a contextual background around where we are as an organization, just indicating that we are a Schedule 3 public entity established in 2006, and we report to the Minister of Social Development through the Department of Social Development. And our work is guided by the Social Assistance Act of 2004, which provides for the legal framework through which we provide social assistance program. As CEO has mentioned, each month, whether it's post office or any beneficiary, SASSA is the one that deposits money into the bank accounts. So we don't have a middle person in terms of payment of grants. We are the one who are doing the direct payments into all grant systems. What SAPO service that they were providing a frontline service in terms of delivery, but they are not necessarily doing the payment. The actual payment is done by SASSA. We serve approximately 9 million South Africans in terms of the older persons, people with disabilities, war veterans, children, and people in distress. And in addition to that, we have about 9 million that we serve through the COVID SRD grant. With the normal social grants, once people are in, they are into the system, and then we review them through the review process. However, with the COVID SRD grant, once people have applied, we assess them on a monthly basis. And on average, we receive 15 million applications every month, which we have to process, check them against any income support, whether it's from UIF, whether it's from PESAL, whether it's from the banks. We have a connection with the banks. We can also see when people have received money through their bank accounts or through cash sends or mobile payment. So with COVID grant, you'll find that you have more inquiries because if you have received money this month, it means you will not get the grant because you would have had an income or some form of support. We've also decided to include, although it's supposed to be about the APP, just to reflect on the strat plan because we understood that some of the members would be new and would not understand what we had committed ourselves to. Our vision is to be a leader in the delivery of social security services, and our mission is to provide social security and related services. And our values is that of integrity, compassion, fairness, and respect. And we try to aspire to achieve those, although sometimes we do have challenges, but we do have aspiration to serve in that perspective. And we've put the guiding principles as transparency, professionalism, customer-centric, confidentiality, courtesy, responsibility, and accountability. We have 4 outcomes that derive from the agreement that we have as a sector in terms of the portfolio. We work with social development in terms of deciding what are the priorities for the sector, and then we take those and translate them into our work. Our priority or our main focus as SASSA is to contribute toward reduction of poverty, and that we do by providing income support to people who are unable to support themselves and or their dependents. We also strive to work towards economic transformation, where we try to ensure that we support social grants beneficiaries, but also communities, so that they can be sustainable, contribute to sustainable communities. Our other aspiration is to ensure that we have improved customer experience. Because we are a big organization with so many offices, it's very important that we always ensure that our staff understand how is it to serve beneficiaries, how is it to serve people. Some of the people that we serve have mental illnesses, and sometimes you have to understand them and you have to serve them with dignity. We also work towards improving organizational efficiency, and as CEO has indicated, we have invested in automation where possible, because we have since realized that if I was to use an example of child support grant, we have about 7 million child support grant recipients who are between the ages of 18 and 59. Those people, immediately, they go to the offices and apply for grant, but they go back home and go on their phone and apply for COVID-19, meaning that they can use the automation process, so they don't need to flood the offices if you can make system effective for them to operate. This slide just summarizes some of the commitments that we have made for the 5-year, and I'm just going to jump it and go into the real APP in terms of targets, which is slide 15. In terms of our work, in terms of contributing toward reduced levels of poverty through the implementation of the social assistance grant, on average, in the normal social grants, we process 1.6 million social grants, and in the past year, the number went up to almost 1.9 million that we have processed, but we still target that we will work on 1.6 million, but if it goes up, we'll still process them. And as you can see that most of the people who apply for social grants, because we communicate effectively, are people who qualify. The people that get to be rejected are very few. You can see out of 1.7 that were approved, only 192,000 were rejected because they did not qualify for the grant. Again, when it comes to normal social grants, because of the poverty levels and the high unemployment rate in the country, we are estimating that by 2025, we should be targeting 19.5 million people who will be getting grants. And in terms of the estimation and the projections that we have made, we have been given about 230 million to serve these beneficiaries. We also have a target to target children who are under the age of 1. And the reason we have this as a special target, if you go to the NDP, we've always had a missing link on children below the age of 1 and also on children below up at the ages between 17 and 18. We have since made trajections on the 17 and 18, but we still find ourselves that people don't apply for grants for children at an early age. They come later towards the end of, at the age of 2 or just at 9 months. So we keep on communicating to advise people to apply on time, because the investment in terms of early childhood development is very important, that children be supported while they are still very young, at a young age. The table that I've presented here is just to give the perspective around where we've been coming from with different social grants. You'll see that we have had a growth, and with the COVID years, the numbers started to go even higher because people lost jobs, and the numbers and the demands for social grants went even higher than expected. But when you see the last year is starting to go a little bit slower, and we've seen on the COVID-19 that a number of people that used to apply, some have gotten jobs, and they were starting to go down as well. But this table just reflects on the normal social grants. I will talk to the COVID grant later. And then the table here just shows over the years the numbers that we have approved and those that we declined because they did not qualify. And I must indicate that if people are declined, there's an appeal process through the Department of Social Development that people are, in the letter that we indicate to them that they can go and appeal the decision if they feel that they were not properly assessed. And most of the time, the appeal process supports SASSA decision, meaning that we've been doing a good job in terms of doing the actual assessment of qualification. On the COVID-19, we also have this grant that we are working with. I think the challenge that we are sitting with as an agency is that it's not stable. It's like every year you get information just towards the end to say it will be extended, and therefore you are not able to put proper measures and stabilize the grant. And we're hoping that in the next 5 years, we should have a stable grant that come in, whether it's COVID or basic income grant, which we can work on system to put through. So every year, once it comes, the first few months, now you have to do new contracts and new temporary arrangements just to accommodate the new arrangements. And every time it comes, new regulations are stipulated, so you have to do some minor changes. But what we have been able to do as SASSA is that every time this happens, we ensure that we process the applications and ensure that people receive their grants. On average, every month we receive plus minus 15 million applications, and we process them monthly. And the people who qualify currently that we are paying is about 9 million per month. And the other target that we have is to ensure that we do successful payments that we process in terms of ensuring that we deposit into the bank accounts. We have a few our rejection rate is at less than 0.02%. And this will be people who may die while we have transferred the fund and then the bank will reject it, or people who would have changed the bank accounts during the transition period. But the rejection rate across all the banks, we are paying into 26 banks across the country, but the rejection that we have is very low as an organization. On the issue of I think I've duplicated the slide, I apologize. On the issue of the turnaround times, when SASSA was established, people used to take 90 days to process a grant. Today, I can confirm that majority of our grants are processed within 1 day. However, the target is to process within 10 days, but most of our grants, 66%, are actually processed in 1 day. We do have a challenge when it comes to disability because you have to do medical assessments and so on, and that's why we accommodate that by working around the 10-day to accommodate those. And then we've also implemented a queue management system, and we are planning to extend the system into other offices. There's still some challenges in terms of understanding that people will see it and waiting to be called, the number and so on, but we are improving on that, communicating and also training our staff in terms of ensuring that it's utilized and it makes life easier for beneficiaries who don't have to sit in a queue for a longer period. We are also implementing the integrated communication and marketing programs in order to ensure that the customers and the beneficiaries are fully aware around the grants, fully aware around if we have challenges, we try to communicate upfront, but also to ensure that they understand the benefits that they can derive by coming to SASSA into our offices, and to also ensure that the stakeholders can help and guide beneficiaries where it's necessary. In terms of customer experience, also is another issue on the turnaround. This is the issue of the inquiries and the disputes that we receive. We've put a turnaround to say, if we are going to resolve, if there's any inquiry, we aspire to ensure that all inquiries are resolved within 5 days. And if it's a dispute, we're making it 14 days because sometimes the disputes will require us to get additional information, some of which would not necessarily be within SASSA perspective. So it takes longer to deal with the dispute. But when it comes to inquiries, we deal with them within 5 days. And 90% is the target that we've set. We've also put a target that we want to improve the conditions under which we serve our beneficiaries. And in terms of this, we are going to improve on physical accessibility, making sure that there's ramps, making sure that people know where the SASSA offices are. As I can mention that all our we have local office in every municipality in the country. In some of the municipalities, we even have more than one office. And in addition, we have service points where we go either 3 times a day or 2 times a week, not a day, a week, or 3 times. Some are even open full time or for 5 days, but those are service points that we serve beneficiary as an extension of the local offices. So we are trying to ensure that they are accessible. We have branding, people know where SASSA is. We have dignity services such as chairs and provision of water. We are improving on the network connectivity. We are upgrading our network connectivity in all the local offices because as we improve automation and we come with more systems, it becomes difficult for the network to sustain those changes, so we are increasing that. And other than that, with the issue around load shedding, we've also had to come with alternative electricity supply for all our local offices. So the target is to continue to extend. The table here just gives you the extension of where we are in terms of the alternative power supply. As you can see, in Limpopo, we've already concluded all local offices in Limpopo have alternative power supply, and our staff also have alternative batteries to ensure that they continue to function even if there's load shedding. We are targeting to expand the services in all other provinces, and should we get more money from Treasury, we will expand, because our target is to ensure that all our service points or local offices have alternative power should there be a problem of connectivity. And in terms of the issue of labor relations, we are very committed to ensure that we commit and finalize all labor relation cases. We have given information just to show you what we have done in the past year in terms of labor relations cases that we have finalized. There are those that were part of the backlog and those that were current, and we're just showing that our target is to ensure that if there's any cases that are in the system, we finalize them within the same financial year. But as you know, that people have the rights, they can appeal, and some of the appeals will take longer to finalize. So those are some of the things. In terms of fraud and investigation, also we have 90%, we ensure that 90% of the cases that we receive are finalized within a period of 90 days. And as you can see, from the last year, we received 465 reported cases, and all of 98% of them were finalized. And then also we have a target that is to deal with suspected fraud cases. This is proactive detection. So through this, we've been able to ensure that people proactively identify public officials or SASSA officials who may be involved in scams. We've been able to deal with money lenders. We've been able to deal with people who are defrauding the disability grant, because this is a possible area of fraudulent grant. We've been able to deal with syndicates. We've been able to deal with extortions. We've also been able to deal with some of the operations even where SASSA officials are involved. And another target in terms of the finances is to ensure that we work towards an unqualified audit outcome. For the past 5 years, we've been having unqualified audits, and with some findings which were relating to performance information. We are striving so hard to go to clean audit, and we're hoping that this year may be that year that we get there. But over the years, we've been having unqualified audits. We didn't have any major qualification. And the other area that we are striving for is to ensure that the cost of administering the grants is cheaper. And on average, when you compare with other institutions internationally, it costs between 5 and 10% of the budget to administer social grants. But as SASSA, we are sitting at 3%. On the issue of the debtors, we have social assistance debtors. Our target is to reduce them by 5%. And the reason being, most of our debtors are beneficiaries who cannot and does not have resources to pay these debtors. So we work hard to write them off, but to do the write-offs, you must have a saving from finance in order to write them off. So we do have a small target of 5% that we work on collections, but majority they are dealt with through write-offs. On the technology side, we have a plan to have an integration of technology from legacy system. Right now we have front-end web-based system that we have rolled out in different offices. And through this system, this is the system where people can apply from home, but we are also rolling it into the offices so that if somebody was trying to apply online and it didn't work, when they go to a SASSA office, they can still be assisted to proceed, not to start afresh as a guideline. So we have rolled it in 27 offices. We are rolling it in 27 offices, and we are hoping that by the end of this financial year, if the resources permit, we will even extend it across the whole organization. We are also still working on the roadmap to replace our legacy system, which is SOCPEN, which is the system that we are using to process grants. Not that there's a major problem with SOCPEN, however, because it's an old system, when new developments are happening, it takes time to do programming, and we have run out of specialists that were trained in those kind of technology years ago. So you have to go with the time, so that's why we are working on refreshing or replacing this SOCPEN system. We've also, on the beneficiary biometrics, we started this project a number of years ago. We have had issues with labor, but we have managed to deal with our labor issues, and now We have piloted in 4 offices, and the system is available, technology is available. All we need to do is to train staff and roll it to provinces and address issues that were raised by labor. We've also had to implement the BPR, which is the business process re-engineering. This was informed with the budget cuts. We didn't have a choice. We had to find a way of doing things better with less. And by doing that, you have had to go back and look at your business processes, learn the lessons from the COVID-19 grant, learn lessons from the automation of other systems. So we have had to go back. We've done the review of the SEs. We've done the revision of the SASSA business processes. We are now at a situation where now we are re-looking at the organizational structure to align with the new processes that have been developed. On the procurement spend, we targeting to spend 5% of our procurement spend to women, black youth, and black people. But in the past year, we spent 100 million to small business and cooperatives. But in addition, there's additional money that we have also spent on the SRD in terms of supporting the cooperatives, which I may not have reflected in this particular presentation. I'm going to ask the CFO now to take us through the financial plan.
Thank you very much, and to Chairperson and the honorable members. I will be able to take you through on the financing plan and how we have conceptualized in the implementation of the APP as been presented to the committee. This slide, Honorable Chairperson, just indicate the financial situation of SASSA, but also reflect the impact that is coming from National Treasury. The first line, which you see where we say original allocation, Chair, it means that if ever the country was doing well, fiscus, then we should be receiving that allocation from National Treasury. And that will have been the indicative figures that we should have received. But based on the pressures, Treasury has implemented a budget reduction, which the CFO, acting CFO, DSD, has already covered. You will see that in 23-24, there's a budget reduction of 400 million. So the final allocation in 23-24 was 7.5 billion. In the year that we're presenting the APP, you could see that we're supposed to receive 7.9 billion. It was reduced by 461 million. And however, after consideration, when the grant for the 370 was extended for a year, we did receive an additional 300 million as an administrative cost, and we said at 7.7 billion. You will see that the percentage reduction, it will have been at 2%. But when you compare the allocation, which is 7.5 in 23-24, and the final allocation for 24-25 of 7.7 billion, you'll see that the budget will have increased by 2%. And then we have the 25-26 and 26-27 as the figures are depicted. So this slide just indicates generally what the EMS indicated, that part of the operational cost for the 370 can be firm only after we know how long the budget will be and how the grant will be offered, because it does bring in additional operations. On the next slide, which is slide number 34, you will see that is the breakdown of the 7.7 budget. You will see that 48% of this budget goes to compensation of employees, which is the staffing, which is about 7,400 of the SASSA staffs that are across the country. And 51% goes to goods and services. And the transfer, which has to do with the skill development, and the 31 million will go to the capex, which is the issue of the buying of the equipment. This slide also just indicates the percentage share in terms of what amount goes in terms of percentage, in terms of the general goods and services areas. You have noted when the EM was presenting that part of the cushion that we have seen is that because of the change of the access channel, you'll see that we start to have a bit of savings because we're not going to be handling the cash handling fees in terms of the traditional cash pay points and over-the-counter services. but we do spend a significant amount under the bank charges. And we also do spend a considerable amount under the leases for offices that we have for SASSA, and also the other property cost, which has to do with security cleaning services, but also with the medical assessment, because in other instances, except in one province, 2 provinces where the Department of Health come in and help us with their doctors, we have to contract our own doctors actually to assess people for the disability grant. We spend a considerable budget on the ICT infrastructure that we're currently operating. And this may also be expanded as we're saying that we will consider the online grant application, because you're going to need a significant bandwidth in that regard, including the amount that we have to deal with the communication to beneficiaries. Chair, because I think we did indicate that we're spending on 2 programs, which is Program 1 and Program 2. The budget split is about 44% goes to Program 1 and 56% goes to Program 2 in terms of the spending. So the next slide, we have already indicated to the committee that we have got a budget reduction, and this slide just seeks to indicate what is it that we're doing in terms of the cushion, what is the strategies that we've considered as an agency to deal with the budget shortfall. For the year 24-25, we do welcome the additional allocation of the 300 million just for the management and the operations of the 370 grant, which is a once-off. It's not going to be there in 25-26 unless if the grant is extended. Then it's a discussion that we'll have with the department and National Treasury. We also looked at the issue of, because when you do the budget reduction, there's a few things that you need to consider. One is that the existing employees have to be paid. 2, the contracts that are running will have to continue. And then now you have to look at where can you be able to reduce the budget. Because when Treasury says, I'm taking 461 million from you, you'll have to go back to say, what is the impact of this? So we look at largely on the areas that are controllable within the agency. That will be just the areas of traveling, that probably you have to travel less. The issue of when you have to really manage the stationery and be able to really look at that, then you can be able to really spread where you believe that it will not necessarily be material in the operations. Then we also looked at how do we fund the new targets or the upscale programs, and that's what reprioritization come in. The allocation letter that came from DSD did indicate that there will be no additional allocation that comes to the agency, and therefore we need to fund within the baseline, within what we have. But the amount that has already been committed on compensation of employees and also on contracts, you can't tamper with that. But the amount that remains, then you can readjust it accordingly. We also consider the cost containment measures, which is the areas that are within management control. So we did implement that document, and we did share it across the organization. And we're also looking at the sum of the savings that comes from the traditional cash pay points and over-the-counter services. We do submit to the committee to consider the SASSA annual performance plan for the year 24-25, and also the financial plan, and we're requesting the committee to support the implementation of the plan through the resources that we have presented to the committee. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you. Mr. Anili said honourable.
My apologies.
Thank you, CFO, and thank you for the presentations that have happened. Now, I would like to suggest for us to go ahead as follows. I believe that the dinner is served, and I am proposing that, in fact, I'm probably instructed, but let me say I'm proposing. I'm proposing that we go and have dinner, because that will give us a break that I believe we need after all the presentation or presenting that has taken place. I'm also further advised that the dinner that is available is for the members and the 10 of the department. And I'm reliably also informed that Jessica is in charge of this whole thing. By the time we come back here, every single person would have eaten their dinner, but I am not involved. I just have to disclaim at this stage that I'm making sure that members, because you saw that they just elected me, so I have to look after them. So we do have food for the members and 10 of the department's delegation, and Jessica will take care of the rest of the colleagues. So, because we're doing very well on time, actually, I'm very proud of what we have achieved today. I believe that we can take 30 minutes for dinner. That should be doable. So we are now sitting at 16:55. Let's say we're sitting at 17. So let's come back at 17:30. Having eaten, Jessica, all of us. And let's continue with the presentation of the National Development Agency, and then we'll go into deliberations by the committee. Thank you so much, colleagues. We may adjourn. Colleagues, if we can take our seats so that we can proceed with our meeting. I trust that we have been able to, I don't know. I take it that those who should be inside are inside. We are not doing a division, so people can get in while we continue. So before we adjourned for dinner, we had a briefing by the South African Social Security Agency, and so I would like now to invite the National Development Agency. We're dealing with agencies in this portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and Honorable Minister. There are two members of the NDA board representing the board as the accounting authority, and then we have the executive led by the acting CEO, Mr. Magongo. The NDA came into being as a result of the Act number 108 of 1998. And the mandate of the NDA is to eradicate poverty and address its causes. Causes of poverty are much deeper than the NDA. Some would emanate from the 1913 Land Act, the 1950 Group Areas Act, and a number of acts that were put in place to suppress and exclude certain citizens in the country from actively participating in the economy as owners of the means of production. What we are going to be presenting today is a transitional strategic plan, which is also based on the fact that in June 2023, we adopted a turnaround strategy. A turnaround strategy that was responding to a number of questions that were raised to the NDA, but more centered around the impact of the NDA in poverty. The NDA, therefore, took it upon itself to then do the introspection and then relook at the Act and have a better interpretation of the Act. So we are at a level now where we are doing what is called matching the skills to the turnaround strategy, to look at the skills that exist and the skills that are needed, which is why then the board today is represented by the chair of the Human Resource and Remuneration Committee, Dr. Sepuka, and also represented by the chairperson of the board, who is looking at providing a strategic direction in terms of the turnaround strategy. We are also want to be upfront in terms of the key vacancies that exist in the board and the work that we have done around that. You would notice that we have an acting CEO. We have concluded the work of the board in relation to the employment of the CEO. That was concluded in November 2023, before we could even finish a year as a board. The process then is that after the board approves and identifies a suitable candidate, then the report is then submitted to the minister, and the minister would take that information to the cabinet. That was done. It was at cabinet level. But then you remember that if it happened in November, there was already elections that were going to happen. And then the cabinet put a hold on that, being sensitive that it may be possible that a new minister would come in, and therefore it is important to give space for that minister to then also apply her mind, which is what we think that the minister will quickly address that issue, because she's already aware of the work that we have done. In terms of the acting CFO, the CFO was suspended, and the matters went to the CCMA, and we had then to have an acting CFO. Again, we have the chair of the Human Resource here to answer any question that would be related to that. It is not in our liking to have acting positions for a very long time. And the third issue relates to then the strategic nature of the board. The board is composed of 6 members who would come from the stakeholders and 5 who would come from the departments. And the departments that would then have members sitting in the board would be very strategic departments in terms of having to complement the work of the NDA. Now, there are 2 departments that need to provide members to sit in the NDA board. One of them is COGTA. A member was sitting, but then when he resigned from COGTA, the COGTA then did not provide a member to sit in the NDA. And the other one is the Department of Public Works, which is very key because the 1913 Land Act deprived people of access to land and properties that are needed for them to develop. So the minister is also aware that there are those departments that need to provide 2 members, those 2 members to then have a full complement of the board. So we are going to be presenting a 5-year strategic plan and an annual performance plan, which is also a transitional because it still has to be reviewed to incorporate the things that would have come as priorities having come from the elections. We are very much humbled by the fact that we are given this opportunity, and we have the acting CEO, Mr. Magongo, to lead the presentation. We have all the executive members, managers that are here who are leading this process. We must say that we are getting a cooperation. There is good working relationship between the board and the executive in as far as the turnaround strategy and the implementation of it moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson of the National Development Agency, for that context and background, which will help the members of the committee so that they understand as the presentations ensue what it is that we are talking about. Or why we are saying what we are saying. So I will not waste any time, but will hand over to Mr. Magongo to take us through the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, and Minister, and members of the Portfolio Committee, and the Chairperson of the Board. I will just deal with, I think we have the outline put up there, the purpose, context, strategy, and the other things that are listed in it. I will go straight to just speak on the context and the background of our reasons being here, and to report and present to the Portfolio Committee for their understanding of the work that we had planned for the NDA, which spans from the strategic plan, which is a 5-year plan, and the annual report. And the reason that we are linking the strategic plan to the APP is because this is the first year which we are attempting to implement the requirement that came out of the turnaround strategy, because it was fundamental in terms of what is expected from the NDA in relation to its mandate and the people of South Africa who in majority are poor. And how should this agency intervene in ensuring that people who are economic active but are not productive, they become productive in a sustainable way. So the direction that we got out of that turnaround strategy was for us to realign ourselves to that mandate. And it went through a very long, protracted process of consultation with all stakeholders. We presented that strategy, if you remember, Chair, to the 6th Administration Portfolio Committee. We engaged with them before it got to a point where the new board, when it took over, they went through and approved it. The reason we did that was I'll just go through this quickly. One, have a common understanding what's the problem and how it should be attempted to be responded to, not just by the NDA, but the population as a whole, and the different, whether it's public sector, private sector, civil society. There must be a common agreement on it. Secondly, is finding the appropriate approaches to deal with it. If we have been dealing with poverty since the colonial time, apartheid time, independence time, but we are unable to actually crack it. We would need to sit down and think what kind of approaches we need to put in place. Thirdly, the bottlenecks that sits within the NDA, both in terms of its legislation, its structure, and its configuration, that makes the NDA seem not to actually achieve the impact that is required from it. The fourth one is we have not defined appropriate pathways out of poverty in the country. In other words, everything that we start and think about doing, and it doesn't demonstrate that this is a pathway out of a condition. It might be an application that assists, but is it a pathway? Can you live after you have gone through in a manner that you would want to live? So we needed to have a common understanding on all of those areas. And understanding that NDA, I think you have already seen from Department of Social Development budget of NDA, 200 million. And that 200 million, I think is presented without the understanding of the NDA funding model from the Act. There's an NDA funding model from the Act, and the money that DSD is talking about is money that is allocated for NDA administration. The second part for what we are talking about in dealing with poverty should be coming from Section 10B of that Act, which states that that money should come from donors, and the donors are then defined in Section 441A, which is government department, foreign government, and private donors. That part is the part that we hadn't really cracked it as an institution to deal with it. So we had to have a conversation around that with a range of partners. This actually assisted us to first establish a framework for how we engage with partners and who are these partners and for what reason. Second, how do we collaborate, not just within the partners that we have, but within the spheres of government, because the spheres of government, the majority of those departments are dealing with poverty, but we do not have a coordinated mechanism to deal with it. Thirdly, part of why it is very difficult for us in the country to deal with the endemic poverty, once you get there, you are there, you can't come out, is because the legislative frameworks, whether they are at national, provincial, or local level, they are very difficult to allow you to actually start what you can do with your hands and live with it. Because if you go to the streets here and sell there, they'll come and take your stuff. They say the bylaws doesn't allow you to actually do business here. And when you go and register that company of yours or organization, there's so many laws that makes it difficult for you to comply. There's just a barrage of impediments that needs to be addressed, but we must do them systematically. And NDA's secondary mandate deals with that particular issue, to address that particular issue. And we realized that we need a proper organizational structure to deal with what we're talking about. And I think the chairperson has already spoken about the presence of the chairperson for HR&R. We need a totally different structure. A structure that has got the ability to empower communities to develop their own latent abilities to service themselves. And we are in a position to provide a mechanism for all parties to operate. The DDM model is there, which is that mechanism. But the mechanism hasn't actually delivered what we are looking for. I think it has been underutilized and underdefined for everybody to have a space to play. The last part is the accounting and the monitoring systems. We do not have good monitoring systems in the country, because even if we would want to report about impact-related indicators, what we actually express as an outcome or an impact out of what we have done is a quantitative number that we give with less regard of the qualitative achievement that that person has achieved. So we need robust systems that can actually deal with that. So if you look at our strategic plan that Mr. Marula will present and the APP, we are still transitionally trying to answer these many questions that have raised. They're very difficult to actually deal with. They need many of us to sit down and really define it at minute level. I will, through you, Chair, I will ask Mr. Marula to take us through the rest, and Mr. Shingange will close with the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Tate Magongo. Good afternoon, Chair. I was tempted to say good evening. Since we've had dinner, so I'm not a morning and an afternoon person as such. No, that was on a lighter note. Chair, I'm going to take us through the strategic plan, particularly to undergird the APP that we are presenting to the portfolio committee. We set out, and the Chair and the acting CEO have gone to town on that. We've set out on, from about 2 years ago, starting the process of turning around the NDA, just repositioning the NDA, changing the trajectory totally of the NDA, in the sense that our focus largely, what is defined as into existence, was focused on CSO, almost to the neglect of the communities. So as we sat down about 2 years ago, and over an elaborate process, we deemed it necessary that we must go back to the Act and really take a real look at the Act and what is it that it says to us. And Chair has spoken to the fact that the primary object of the Act is for the NDA to contribute towards poverty eradication and its causes. But this is primarily for attending to the poor communities using CSOs as vehicles. And we are coming to that reality as we went back over the last 2 years. And therefore, this part, the legislative and policy environment, is an emphasis on what our Act says we must do as the NDA. So we are focusing on the secondary and the primary mandate. So we have a dual mandate in the NDA, supposed for the benefit of other members. And the second part of our mandate is focusing on influencing debate on development policy and making specific policy changes. And our focus in the last few years, I think, since we came into existence, we have not done much, cracked that pathway, as it were, towards ensuring that there's sufficient debate and understanding of development policies that should be given attention and what changes should be proposed. So we're giving attention to that with this particular APP. We contribute within the portfolio. There's 3 objectives at a sector level: reduced levels of poverty, inequality, and vulnerability and social ills. Number 2 is the objective of empowered, resilient individuals, families, and sustainable communities. And the third one, which is administrative in nature, is functional efficient and integrated sector. Our contribution in particular, we contribute at disaggregated levels to all these three, but in particular the first one that speaks to reduced levels of poverty, inequality, vulnerability and social issues, in the sense that that mirrors our impact statement, which is reduced levels of poverty in South Africa. In the process of the development of the turnaround strategy, we developed a new vision for the NDA, which is a society free of poverty and unemployment, and a mission as well that says mobilize resources including funding, goods and services, and capacity building for poor families and communities to establish and grow social enterprises in order to provide livelihoods for individual households and communities that are dependent on social protection. So that is our mission, and it's quite a big departure from what we were before. And those are the values. I'm not going to go through them, the organizational values that we ascribe to as an organization. The key part of this different trajectory that now we are on is that in years past, our focus was on both development and welfare, and perhaps to the point of undermining what our mandate is. As a national development agency, we should be focusing on development. And therefore, what we want to do going forward, it is to focus more towards development, your cooperatives, your social enterprises, community-owned enterprises. And I think it's a new language that you will find just a thread across our strategy and APP. We are focusing more on community-owned enterprises, on cooperatives, basically because of their ability to generate income and even to create employment in the process. So we downscaling, still focusing within CSOs, but downscaling on NPOs and NGOs, primarily, and I think the chair has spoken to it, primarily because we need to demonstrate, the development part, and we appreciate and understand that within the social development, there's enough of attention on, welfare aspect of social development, but perhaps there is a point that the NDA should be focusing clearly and more pointedly on development. As a result, we would be supporting more social enterprises and cooperatives. We have defined an operating model in place, which is different from how we were doing things before. As I said, our focus largely was CSO-centric, but we want to focus now on communities. And in focusing on communities, it is first understanding that there are assets within communities. Communities are not, dormant and having nothing, only waiting for government to, come with support programs. But there are specific assets that they have. And for us to leverage, identify first those particular assets that are there, which are opportunities for wealth creation for those particular communities, and begin to work with communities. So what we do in our focus for the next 5 years will start with the community, will engage the community, and will be endorsed by the community. So no program will be undertaken, implemented in the community without the community endorsement. So we are focusing largely on communities. The second part is recognizing that the NDA does not have, and I think the CEO spoke to it largely, that we have quite a minuscule budget, whose intention, if you read the spirit of the Act, the intention of the allocation that comes to NDA, it is primarily for administrative purposes. Section 4 of the 41A of the NDA Act enjoins the NDA to raise and mobilize funds within government, outside government, in the private sector, but also in foreign governments. So, which monies must be used for grant funding? So there's a specific, if you can just go to that, just the slide before this one, which says the NDA must and the NDA may. So there are two things that you will find in the NDA Act. The things that we really must do and the things that we may do. In the must, you will find that it says that NDA must act as a key conduit for funding from the government of the Republic, foreign governments, and other national and international donors for development work to be carried out by civil society organizations. In the May, the first one, which is 42A, it says the NDA may grant funds to civil society organizations from their allocation. So it's a very big may. And I think it's important that at this point, as we start the 7th administration, that we get to that understanding of what the fiscal allocation is and what it represents. There must be something that we go out and raise resources, particularly for grant funding. You can go to the next slide. So, in raising this, we are in, and we have already started that. And in years past, we were able to, I think, in some way, in some level, make, raise resources. Perhaps not to the value desired, for development interventions to happen in communities, to effect sustainable livelihood, as it were. But we have been in talks, and we have in the last financial year the board approved a resource mobilization strategy, which then guides us into how to go about the type of donors, to approach, and even the processes and the approach to, to approaching those particular donors. So there is a partnership process and a recognition that we need to be collaborating. We cannot do this as NDA, particularly because the mandate says we must contribute towards poverty eradication. So in this contribution, our role, we have started identifying it as coordinating different partners, and which is why in the local municipalities, in the district municipalities, we have started raising our hand in relation to the implementation of DDM. I think I've spoken to this aspect, the third bullet of need assessment and resource identification. But importantly, just to repeat it for emphasis, members, it is that as much as there are assets in those particular communities, in many forms, natural resources, but there are also human beings who have different skills, who are skilled differently, who would be able to implement programs whose skills can be utilized to implement certain interventions in their own communities in a manner that they would be able to put themselves, as it were, out of poverty. The last bullet there speaks to, which underpins our new operating model, is that, which I've spoken to, is that we recognize, and about 2 years ago, we started a process of piloting the DDM. We went to the different districts, about 10 of them, to be precise, where we started getting some of the partners together at a local level, the LED offices in the municipalities, getting all players, government role players, private sector role players in each of the districts that we went to try and coordinate development in a manner that is, I think, aspired by the DDM model. So in that sense, there's quite a lot of lessons that we have learned as the NDA in relation to how we ought to be coordinating, services, but importantly, integrating services that go to the people, and that's key to the shared vision and planning. And the shared vision and planning speaks about communities. So one key stakeholder that we include in our engagement is the community. We start with the community. We bring out the players that are relevant and necessary for development interventions to be undertaken. And we also bring as well private sector partners as well. In the process of doing that, what we also do, empowered by our resource mobilization strategy, then we are able to identify partners in line with development interventions that are targeted for the particular communities that we are that we are giving attention to. You can go to the next slide. Okay, I'm on the outcomes and outcome indicators. These are the key outcomes and outcome indicators. I'm just going to deliberate on the outcomes and perhaps less on the outcome indicators. But there are 4 outcomes that we have identified for the NDA going forward, which undergird our APP. Number 1 is increased access to resources for target community-owned enterprises. Number 2, community-driven projects to build self-sustainable communities. These 2, they relate to our work in the communities. We establish community-owned enterprises, and the model that we take is a cooperative model that allows members of the community to become part of this, the the enterprises that we are establishing in this particular community. Some of them are in existence already. It's a question of expanding, which we have supported in the past. But some would have to be, as we go and engage with the communities, to identify the needs in those particular communities, and therefore be able to bring the relevant, partners on board, particularly the community itself, so that they compose and constitute these community-owned enterprises in their own communities. So we would not be, parachuting solutions in the communities, but members of the communities would be responsible for, the solution related to their, whatever affects that particular community, poverty in particular. So the first two, they really relate to making sure that we build sustainable livelihoods within communities, self-reliant, community-owned enterprises, which must be able to translate to graduating members from a certain level of their experience of poverty to a higher level where, the impact of poverty is lessened in families and in communities. The third outcome speaks to, which the acting CEO spoke to, an enabled environment for sustainable development. This largely speaks to the identification of bottlenecks. What are the key bottlenecks in the communities that are impeding community, whether it's community-owned enterprises? We recognize that communities are in the fringes of the economy, and as a result, they must be brought into the mainstream. But there will be a number of key impediments. So we want to make sure that through empirical research, we identify what those impediments are, what those inhibitions are, and then we get to a process of engaging within government and outside government. We lobby and advocate for changes in certain policies so that these communities can be brought into the core of the economy. The last one relates to institutional capacity of the NDA itself, to deliver on the mandate, to deliver on the ideals and the imperatives of the strategy, as I've just presented. You can go to the next slide. I'm going to go to the specifics, the APP. We have a total of 16 targets in the 24-25 APP, and the breakdown is that in Program 1 we have got 6, Program 2 and Program 3 have 5 apiece. And this is the next slide. The programs, what the specific contribution of the programs are in relation to the outcomes that I have just presented. Now, the Program 1 that's administration and governance, which is the case, I think, throughout government. You find Program 1 within, within taking care of support, supports really the core functions, which is Program 2 and Program 3. So it is the case with us as well, where Program 1 is really which houses the institutional capacity to deliver on its mandate. Through HR, through IT, through many of the typical Program 1 activities or internal audit, to make sure that we've got governance and internal processes, internal controls in place to contribute towards, and I'll be specific on a number of indicators, but to contribute towards good governance, as an institute, but also to make sure that we are able to fully support the core. So, and it starts with us inquiring from the core what the specific requirements are. One of the key ones, it is building a platform from an IT perspective, a digital platform that will then be able to will be utilized internally, but also has an external interface with the beneficiaries who are then able to feed back to us and access us, digitally. The Program 2, this is the core service delivery program. It's responsible for mobilization of resources, subsequent funding and development of community-owned enterprises through the first two outcomes that I presented. Increased access, to resources for these community-owned enterprises, and number 2, community-driven projects to build self-sustainable communities or self-reliant communities. Program 3 contributes to the fourth outcome, not 3, 4. which is an enabled environment for sustainable development through undertaking research and subsequent dissemination of findings and recommendations for the improvement of the policy environment pertaining to economic participation of marginalized communities. I think I've already spoken to this, that this is the program that looks at the policy bottlenecks, identifies them, and then develop evidence-based requirements for policy change. So in other words, we have to drill down to the very specifics of what is it that impedes the continued participation of communities in the economy. If it's policy, we identify that and go to the very specifics of which policy and what particular aspects of this policy does that, such that we can present it backed with empirical evidence, to the various fora in government. I'm going to go now to program 1. We've got 3 programs in the NDA, as you have seen in the last slide, the previous slide. I'm going to go to program 1, then I'll go to program 2 with a bit of speed, and then lastly, program 3. Program 1, the first KPI relates to the approved organizational structure, and I think the chair has spoken to that. We want to optimize internal and external operational efficiencies. So what came out of the turnaround strategy, there was a determination that for the NDA to face this direction, there is a need for a number of things to change, one of which is the organizational structure. And therefore, that process has started in earnest, where a service provider is in place to assist us with this particular process of determining an appropriate organizational structure for the NDA to be able to deliver on the 5-year strategy and essentially what comes out of the turnaround strategy. So it's a process that's underway that's going to also require reskilling, and I think the chair spoke to that as well, reskilling of the current competencies that we have, the current resources that we have. So we'll be looking at, as a second indicator, capacitating staff in the implementation of the new service delivery model that, that the board has approved. Identifying what specific skills do we have, what specific skills do we require, to implement this turnaround strategy or to implement the 5-year strategy, as it were. So we have targets, of course, in different quarters, but the total target that we have is 100. And these are mainly targeting, we've got development officers on the ground who are the officials that interface with our beneficiaries, with the CSOs, the communities on the ground. And it is to skill them up to a level where they will be able to deliver this turnaround strategy or this 5-year strategy rather as aspired. The next indicator relates to the branding and marketing strategy of the NDA. I think for a long time, the NDA has been mistaken, and maybe I should say has been mistaken for the NYDA. When you go to communities, in our interaction with communities, we are thought that we are NYDA, and we have to be labor, that no, we are NDA, but which NDA are you? And so what we have said, at least for the turnaround strategy, what we did was to identify through an internal assessment process, but also an external assessment process, where we interacted with the CSOs themselves, with the different departments around our brand value as the NDA. And part of what came out is that we don't have a much appeal, as the NDA. We lack presence, we lack footprint where we should be. Now, this branding and marketing strategies, particularly to reposition the NDA and to make it more visible, but also to make sure that there's brand value and recognition in the different communities of the NDA, also of the work of the NDA. So despite the number of projects and interventions that we have supported over a period of time, so there's less knowledge, and I think it boils down to branding, making sure that we are able to put up our name where it matters and there's recognition for the work that we do. I've spoken to the digital platform, for the new operating model, and this relates to us being able to correctly interface, with the beneficiaries out there, and then being able to feed back to us. So we are creating a digital platform where they will be able to say, NDA, these are our proposals in relation to alleviating poverty in our area of operation. And therefore, we are able to interface with them around making sure that we develop these proposals together with these particular communities to a point where they can be fully funded by the donors that we have in place. The next indicator is the number of evaluation reports on poverty eradication. And we want to be a learning organization. And I think we would have seen in part of what the board deliberated in was the development of a robust M&E system to make sure that you are able to monitor your work, you are able to report on impact that has been realized as a result of implementation of your interventions. So we want to be a learning organization and identifying areas of improvement in our programming, in our implementation of the programs and the interventions that we have in place. So these are some of the things that we are looking into, just to make sure that in relation to the evaluations that we do, we make our programming much better. And I'll go with a bit of speed. I see a note here. I'm not sure what it says in Tatema Gongo. The next indicator, and it's an important one, the last one on program 1. It relates to the percentage of prior year audit findings that have been resolved. And we are targeting 80%. And we have been able to, at least in the last financial year, to surpass that particular target, where we're sitting at 84%. But this is what helps us as an organization to fix our eyes on the radar in relation to clean administration, to good governance. We were able to obtain, and after some years of suppressed performance, we were able to record a clean audit in the last financial year, 22-23 financial year. So I think this being on something that we keep on the radar has really come to help us, has stood us in good stead. The Program 2, we're focusing on the rand value of resources raised, and I've spoken to this, particularly to increase access to resources by these community-owned enterprises. We want to raise funds from diverse sources to support these particular COEs. Our target is 100 million. And already we have started, guided by the resource mobilization strategy, approaching certain partners to make sure that we are able to by the end of the financial year, reach and perhaps even surpass this particular target, having created specific community-owned enterprises and having a pipeline of such that when you interact with donors, we are able to say these are the specific projects that we want to match you with. These are specific community-owned enterprises and interventions that we want you to support. I think in the course of my presentation, I've spoken a lot about these community-owned enterprises, and we are looking at them accessing resources. We are looking at 22 across. And part of the reason we are looking at 22 is because we really want to stay in the communities and to make sure that what we develop, what we implement in those particular communities take roots, and it's not a hit and run exercise where we chase numbers. But we want to make sure that we effect sustainable development in the particular communities, and therefore we are targeting 22. And the same goes for a number of self-reliant community-owned enterprises. We are targeting a percentage of members that belong to these community-owned enterprises any above the upper bound poverty line, and 10% is what our target is. And we are in talks again to make sure that there's particular data that supports in terms of what data we'll be able to collect from these COEs and how we are able to adjust for the 10% of members of this COE any above the upper bound poverty line. The number of COEs capacity with skills to implement development interventions, our target again in this case is 22. As I said, we want to stay in the communities. We want to make sure that if it relates to capacity building, we bring in the important partners, the cities of this world to come on board in relation to capacitating all of the government departments that are relevant to whatever enterprise that is being pursued in that particular community. They are brought on board in relation to capacity building. They are also brought on board in relation to the budgets that they already have, in any case, towards those particular communities and implementing their own projects. I'm going to go to Program 3. Program 3, Policy, Environment, scanned report, we're looking at making sure that as a basis, or almost as a baseline, to make a determination of the policy, current policy environment insofar as it affects and impacts on the communities, so that we can generate an objective and empirical report, that speaks to the specific policy impediments that inhibit, economic growth of these poor communities. Number two, it is to look at lobbying and advocacy framework. And this is a framework which will be stakeholder consulted to make sure that there's an engagement of all the relevant stakeholders towards addressing policy requirements for economic development of communities. So it's a lobbying and it's work that we have not done before. So we are busy with the process, just making sure that we engage the different stakeholders as far as high as NEDLEC to ensure that this aspect of lobbying and advocacy for changes in policy has, enjoys the, the support of the key stakeholders. The third indicator in Program 3 is research publications produced on identified priority areas, and we'll be producing specific researches. So we are going to commission specific researches targeting development areas, social and economic areas, just to make sure that whatever changes are specific, because we need to tailor-make, or at least have a tailor-made approach towards identifying within each specific area what the impediments are, such that we are able to make specific proposals as per the next indicator. So once we have done that part, we have policy proposals. Armed with that in hand, we then are able to start dialoguing, with different partners and presenting these policy proposals, backed by empirical evidence, backed by data, and we are also working with Statistics South Africa towards making sure that whatever goes, comes out of the NDA to be presented in different fora. There's at least support of Stats SA as the as the experts in official statistics. Chair, I will stop there and allow, with your permission, Mr. Shingange to complete the rest of the presentation. Thanks.
Good evening, Chair, members of the committee, Honorable Minister, and the Chairperson of the board and board members and colleagues. Chair, I'll quickly take you through I think, firstly, what are the resources that we have to implement the work that has been indicated that we intend to do over the next 3 years? I think if we look at how the NDA is funded, currently the NDA is funded from the allocation it receives from National Treasury through DSD, and this is how these are the approved allocations for the next 3 years. I think if we look at the first year, which is the current year, 2024-25, if we compare that with 2023-24, we are receiving an allocation that is 8.3 million less in the current financial year than we had in the 2023-2024 financial year that has just ended. In year 2, we are receiving only 216 million, and in the third year of the MTF, we are receiving 226 million. I think the average growth over the last 2 years will be about almost 3.5% or so. And in the first year, which is the current financial year, the budget was cut by about 4% if you compare 2023-24 with 2024-25. And I think that begins to, give a picture of the resource challenges that the CEO has spoken to at the beginning of his contextual background. So I think that's where we are in terms of the resources that we are provided with over the next 3 years. The next stream of income that we have, obviously, is the interest income, which is the interest that you receive as the funds are seated in the bank before they are utilized, and I think that makes up about 1% of the total resources that we have available to implement the work that we are required to, or that we intend to do. as required by the turnaround strategy. And I think in the next slide, Chair, I'll just take you through how is that budget broken down between the programs that we have that were spoken to. Program 1, I think is allocated, which is administration. That's the percentage of it's allocated 109 million in the first year, 114 in the 110 in year 1, 109 in the second year, and about 114. And if you look at that budget as a percentage of the total resources available, so 50% of the resources go towards program 1, which is administration. And if we look at the programs that seeks to implement the mandate of the NDA, I think it's also allocated a budget of about 50 million. I think we can see, if we look at program 2, it's allocated a budget of about 94, 98, and 103 over the next 3 years. In terms of that budget as a percentage of the total allocation, it gives us 45.2% of the allocation. And if we look at research, currently could only be allocated a budget of that makes up about 4.8% of the total budget over the MTF. And I think if we just quickly look at I think I'll skip this one, but maybe this one I think provides a context in terms of if one looks at, I think one of the challenges that we have is that we have a significant portion of our budget that goes to compensation of employees. And I think this slide, if you look at the breakdown of the program's budget, looking at how much of each program's budget goes towards direct implementation and how much of the program's budget goes towards compensation, I think throughout the 3 programs, I think one can see that a significant portion of the budget goes towards compensation of employees. And I think the budget cut, I think in the current financial year, I think has worsened a historical problem that we've had in terms of the resources that we have. And I think if we look at, in total, I think if we look at program 1, which is where most of the administration sits, including the leases, the office infrastructure, and your ICT infrastructure, so that's the budget that is allocated to program 1, and those are the major line items that goes under the administration program. Then if we look at program 2, which seeks to address, I think, a significant part of the turnaround strategy because of the limited resources. This is how the budget is broken down in terms of program 2. And I think if one currently looks at how much is allocated for capacity building, for grant funding, with the limited resources that we have, I think this was the best allocation that can be provided for the program. I think part of the strategy, I think, in terms of ensuring that we can achieve the things that are in the APP, I think it will be important enough for us to go out, partner, and raise resources so that we can be able to achieve a significant part of what is sitting in the turnaround in terms of the establishment of the community-owned enterprises and all the other work that needs to be done. So this is the allocation for program 2. Then in terms of the last program, which is research, this is the budget that is allocated to the research program, and this is how it's broken down. And I think one will see the threat that throughout the programs, compensation remains, I think, a big issue. And I think the current process of reviewing the structure, I think, will begin to identify what is the ideal structure to implement the turnaround strategy and how best can we resource that part. But I think Chair and members, in summary, these are the resources that we have, and this is how they are allocated across the 3 programs. I thank you.
Chairperson, in closing this presentation, would want to assure the Portfolio Committee that the role that is going to be played by the NDA is the coordination that is similar to the coordination role that was played by the Department of Sport and Recreation when the country was preparing to host the 2010 Soccer World Cup. I was the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. The department had a very slim budget. One would never, ever expect that South Africa would be able to host 2010 Soccer World Cup with that limited budget. But what made it possible for South Africa to host the 2010 Soccer World Cup and build so many stadiums and public viewing spaces, upgraded the airports, upgraded the railway lines, was the coordination role that was played by the Department of Sport and Recreation, which is what the NDA is saying, that it is positioning itself as a coordinating structure for poverty eradication, because poverty eradication is not a responsibility of the NDA alone. It is a responsibility of the country. And there are aspects that relate to poverty eradication that are sitting in other departments, like the Department of Higher Education and Training, and sit as the skills part of poverty eradication would come from that department, like the UIF in terms of the lab program, the funding for community-owned enterprises would come from that department, the Department of Labor and Employment. So the point that we are making here is that we are not saying that this budget is small and therefore needs to be increased. We fully understand the limited resources in government, but we are saying through the DDM and then positioning ourselves as a coordinating structure to actually implement our mandate of eradicating poverty. Other stakeholders, even in the private sector, donor agencies and other departments would come on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the NDA for the presentations. I allowed the presentations to go for as long as they have, because they provide, you know, what I could call an induction sort of presentation to the members that have joined us in this seventh Parliament. I now will open the. And congratulations, Chairperson, for have been able to do what you said you did for 2010. I mean, we just enjoyed 2010. We didn't know that one day we will sit in the same room as the person who made it happen. So, and I feel bad because I was the inaugural executive, one of the inaugural executive members of the executive at the NDA when it was implemented in 2000. So, compared to you, I failed dismally. So we will take questions. Honourable members, I'm sorry. Next time we will not eat until we've asked all the questions. I could see the temperatures, you know. We'll start with Honourable Munyai, go back again to Honourable Tafeni, and you will just continue from the questions earlier because they jotted them down. Then we'll go to Honourable Marais. Any other hand? And then we'll go to, show me. Frenchman, I will never forget it. Frenchman, and then for now we'll end with Honourable Abrahams. Thank you, Honourable Munyai.
Thank you, esteemed Honourable Chairperson, esteemed Honourable Minister, the Department and Honourable members. I think now we have the picture and the basis to prepare ourselves for tomorrow. If you write your own speech, then...
Thursday,
sorry. Next Thursday. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, on the 17th.
I see it on the announcement here now. No, it didn't change. It is. I didn't look. I saw Thursday. I didn't look at the date. The point I'm trying to make, Chairperson, is that you don't discuss transition. Transition remain a transition to help you to achieve towards a strategic objective. So it will not be helpful. It's my own point of view that we continue to ask lots of questions on something that's in transit to conclude the previous administrative work, to take us forward to 7 administrators. I think a lot of work, as clarified by the Minister, Honourable Minister, it will be post the budget. And when the key priorities of this 7th administration of this ministry has been clearly outlined. And as the legislatures will be able to do oversight against those commitments. And I must really say the following, even the President of the Republic, because there was a question that arose. It's not for me to respond it. It's not my task to respond to fellow honourable members, that whether there's a change of policies because of a particular part. But the key and fundamental issues or central issue is the following, Honourable Chair. One is that the President of the Republic, His Excellency, Cyril Ramaphosa, has said the following, open quote, there will be policy consistency and continuity. Close quote. That confidence is not only to honourable members, but to international communities and the citizens of the Republic. So I think in the context of the input by the Minister, we should allow the department to go, the ministry to go and prepare for the budget, actual budget. Of course, we must go through this mini plenary budget. Then we can do our responsibility to conduct oversight. To begin to hold the minister, I know the law of succession apply, but to begin to hold the honourable minister on something that is being done by the previous minister who is not available in the context of transition will be not productive or useful. That will be my submission. In that context, Chair, I'm pleading that we only note and receive this presentation, and we'll work post the budget pronouncement by the ministry. And I'm sure there's other tasks as members we can begin to do to prepare for mini plenary budget on Thursday, 17 July 2024. Thank you. I won't come back. This is sufficient for me.
Thank you, Honourable Munyai. I understand your clarity and I appreciate it, and it actually links very seamlessly with what the Minister requested of the members. But I believe that after all these presentations that have been made, members do have questions for clarity. And I believe that you can't just come to me and tell me a whole lot of things and then I just don't say anything. I think the clarity has been provided by both the Minister and yourself that let's leave matters of policy to after we have heard what the budget vote speeches are saying, and then we can take the Minister on from that. But I'm still wanting to be able. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't allow the other members to ask questions of clarity on the presentations that have been made, so that at least as they go away to prepare their speeches, because there will be speeches coming from the members as well, let them have been clarified on certain pertinent issues as they relate to the presentations that have been made. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It does, but in a meeting situation, when a member, honorable member here, raises an issue, a member must be objective and allowed to influence and be influenced. That's how we build consensus in the committee. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Chafeni.
Enkosi Chairperson, andibulise ngolu rhatya. Thina amaXhosa sivuka ekuseni siye endimeni kuba xa sibuya endimeni xa siqale satya asibisakwazi ukuya endimeni. Ngoku usipheqile uChairperson ukuthi masiqale ngoyotya kanti when it comes besiqale ngayo yonke lento fresh. In the APP, the ENE, that is the NDA overall allocation, is 212 million, while the NDA APP 2024-2025 shows a total allocation of 214.4 million for the same financial year. So can the NDA clarify this discrepancy of figures? I'm not going to the question Besindi Buzilo, although bekungekayiwa kwi-presentation yayo. And also in the APP, I want to know about how many research publication and report will the NDA produce in total for the current year? Because it's not specified in the APP. These targets need to be smart, specific, measurable, achievable, and realistic. In the overview on non-financial performance, DSD annual performance plan, under monitoring and evaluation, the DSD plans to implement the electronic M&E system for social development sector in 2 provinces. What are the reasons why DSD chose only 2 provinces as opposed to 9 provinces of South Africa? Dizoba nenye nje umbuzo ongekho around here. As the South Africans, siyayazi ukuthi sinabantu abastrugglishayo apha ngaphandle. We have a challenge yabantu aba-disabled. Asibaziyo baba kwa SASSA bapay disability grant. But in the human settlement sector, when it comes la mntu ufuna ukwakhelwa indlu, human settlement uthi makaze ne-certificate se-disability. But la mntu uproduce zonke ii-document zakhe ku-SASSA wakwazi ufumana disability grant. And uyambona nawe xa umjongela ngamehlo uba u-disability lo mntu akakwazi ukumuva. But human settlement is fumani challenge yobana human settlement ufuni disability grant or disability certificate, although the person enazi incwadi zikagqirha ezimxelela ubu-disability bakhe. So yenye ye-challenges endicinga uba fanuba as basiqala i-term, those things esisuka nazo kwi-campaign funeke simuve nazo sizingathi ngo-2029 siphinde siyomamela those issues esizimameleyo ku-2024. Ndicinga uba mandimapho Chairperson, enkosi kakhulu mama.
Honorable Mare.
Chairperson, I want to start by saying that I really appreciate the 2 departments that was just giving us the slides here. But there's one thing I want to ask of this department is that this is the biggest department with the most problematic areas because we are dealing with the poorest of the poor. I want to ask the Minister, the beginning of this 5 years, is that we have a problem with the department, all of the departments, and that is that we are having so many acting people in the department, acting CFO, acting what. The Minister must please update us on a monthly basis. How far are these things? Because last year, the department had shutdowns and picketings outside the offices. They send us emails as the portfolios because they feel that we have the right to ask Minister questions. And people that got positions were not highly qualified enough, and the people that was qualified enough did not get the positions. So I would really ask the Minister please let us sort that thing out, because as long as we have acting people, no one is taking responsibility for the work that is being done, because I can shift it because it's not my work, I'm just acting in a position. That is my first question. My second question I want to ask is that I brought it up with the previous minister. When children turn 18 years old, automatically the grants stop. If it is now for disability, not for disability, for foster care, it stopped because 18 years old, you're supposed to be finished with school. A lot of children are not finished with school at 18 years old. And then we still have the problem where I'm having a problem with the church. A child is staying in the church because his foster parents put him out because he doesn't get a grant anymore. And that is the same for children that is getting the SASSA money, that is in high school, that now is in matric year, grade 11 or grade 12, you need to buy toiletries and all these things. But because the grant was stopped, because he's already 18 years old, it is creating a big problem for these children. That is the first thing I want to address also. And then I want to say, it is true what this honourable member was saying, the departments are not talking to each other. And the reason why I'm saying this is that you will get a Department of Health. People have been working for the department for 20 years, but they're on casual basis. Every 3 months, they must sign contracts. So the day when they have to retire, I have one lady working at the laundry for 20 years. She's retiring now in October. But she's not going to get a pension because she had never got a contract from the department. So the honors is going to the Department of Social Development that must give her now a pension grant because she's retiring. So the departments must start talking to each other because that is where the problem is lying. The one is duplicating what the other one is doing because there's no communication with one another. And this poor lady that is finishing in October doesn't have a pension. She will have to go stand in the line for SASSA, even though she was working for the Department of Health in the laundry department. Because every 3 months, these ladies, just last Friday, 6 of them contacted me to say, look here, we don't know if you're coming back because of 3 months. But they're working 8 years, 9 years, 10 years already there. The oldest one is a 20 years one. Now, Monday they notified me, we signed the contract. So every 3 months, these ladies must go through the stress of knowing, am I going to get my contract back? If I'm not going to get my contract back. That is very disappointing because you've been working for the department for so many years. Why must I still sign a contract after 3 years? After 8, 9, 10 years. The other thing I would like to discuss is that the Post Bank, I'm going to say this in your face now, Department of SASSA. Last year, January, we had a workshop in Johannesburg. We, the portfolio, warned you about SASSA, about Post Bank. You still went ahead and signed that contract. We were fighting with you in that workshop. And you still, even though you knew that Post Bank was going through a crisis as Post Bank, you still went ahead and signed and still paid all that levies for cash. Like I said, here's 26% you were paying for cash handling fee. They didn't listen to us because you made up your mind you're going to sign the contract with Post Bank. And now you are regretting it because you are saving on all these handling fees. Don't say we didn't say so because we warned you in that workshop in Johannesburg not to go ahead. You still went and go ahead. Sometimes it's good to listen to someone else. Then I want to come to NDA. You know, NDA, I feel very sorry for you. Because if you look at NDA, your 84% of your monies that you get is going to salaries and to employees, whatever you call it. And the 16% you must just see what you're going to do. My question that I want to ask you is that you are saying that you want to eradicate poverty. Yeah? That is your framework, that is what you are standing for. What is the time frame for you to say you're going to eradicate poverty? What is the measurements that you have in place to say that you're going to eradicate poverty? You are saying that you're going to come in with a consultant fee. You're speaking there on consultant fee because you're going to consult, because you need to capacitate your workers as well to come to on par where you want to be. My problem that I have is that you said you're going to have a community-owned enterprises, 66 in the 5 years. That is your measurements. So for 1 year, you're going to have 13.2 per year. You're going to have this own enterprise, community enterprises. How are you going to eradicate poverty if it's going to go by that? And then also the problem that I have is the NDA is having all these things that they want to put in place, but it's almost like a dog, you know, he wants to bite, but he can't bite, he's only barking here and there, you know, and no one is really listening to that dog barking all the time, you know. So it looked like you be given powers, but not given powers at all, you know. It's like, you know, it's something, I don't know how to explain, maybe if I speak Afrikaans, I will explain myself better. My problem that I have is that your whole budget almost goes to employees. And the others is going to research on how you're going to do things. So when are we going to have a plan to say you're going to eradicate poverty? That is my gripe is how are we going to eradicate poverty? Do you have a timeline? What is based on? And then how you're going to do that? That is my other thing that I would like to know from all of you. I just forgot one thing about SASSA, the EPWP workers that you are having to assist SASSA. It is sometimes creating a big problem because the EPWP are being exploited in a lot of ways, sometimes by political parties, and sometimes these EPW people are being underpaid, sometimes not get paid for months. If we are saying that we want to eradicate poverty, that we want to make sure that the people that is living under the baseline is going to get a salary. President Ramaphosa came out and said that the basic wage is 3,500. If you look at EPW workers, some of them get 800, some get 1,200 rand, but because they're having a job, no one must talk about it. It is also a way of bashing unions because the unions are the ones that is saying there must be a line for that. Then the last thing I want to ask is that you said that people that defraud the department, especially SASSA, you were outlining how many people went for disciplinary hearings and what. How many of those people that was caught eating the money, especially during the COVID time, how many of them have lost their jobs? And how many of them were just put to another department? Because it's no use you move the person from this one where he was eating the money and you take him into another department. What is he going to do there? He's going to do exactly the same. How many people have lost their jobs and how many people went to jail for this stealing of the money? Because if you steal at the poorest of the poor, that is the biggest crime you can commit against a human being. So what was the department's remedial action on the people that defrauded the department, working for the department, having a job, getting a monthly salary, pension and medical aid, and still defraud the department from their money? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Marais. We're going to Honourable Frenchman.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question to SASSA.
Please switch off.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. My question to SASSA: are underprivileged non-citizens included in the SASSA budget? And does it have a negative effect, a negative impact on the budget? And if it does, is there a solution in place? And then I want to congratulate the NDA on the development of a new strategy, and I wish you well going forward. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Frenchman. We will go to Honourable Alexander. Honourable Abrams. Sorry.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for allowing us to be individuals and to ask our questions. Chairperson, I just got some questions for the NDA. I didn't quite understand where we are now with the CEO appointment. Is it then to say that in November we went through the advertising interview process and now the candidate was put on hold because we have the new minister, and therefore said candidate is just waiting an approval process, or are we repeating, are we starting from step one again with the post of the CEO. And then also, you know, I also wish I could congratulate you on the turnaround strategy, but we've been turning around for the last 5 years. So I wish I want to congratulate when we start implementing this turnaround strategy. So I just also have a question, and please correct me if I've misunderstood this. So DSD's allocation of funding to the NDA is, and according to the Act as you now outlined, that is now only supposed to be for administration purposes. Is that then saying that your line items such as the 6 million for grant funding shouldn't be there, and that is there out of, I don't know, courtesy and, you know, so forth? And if that's the case, and if this was the Act that has not been unchanged since, you know, the commencement of the Act, why has the NDA been paying this grant funding for all these years? Why were you not abiding by the Act and solely then using the allocation for your administrative purposes? Because now we've created this line item and this expectation that the NDA has this budget to then do this, this grant funding. And then, Chairperson, I understand with the NDA, you know, using this new language of community-owned enterprises and, you know, this entrepreneurial languages. But I'm just, because also we want to steer towards self-sustainability and job creation, and, you know, that's how we, at some point, eradicate poverty and pull people out of poverty. But I'm just grappling to understand how it works in principle. So how would a community-owned, you know, enterprise, you know, work in a rural community, work in an urban informal settlement, when those individuals are first grappling with the most basic needs, which is food security? And when they are grappling with food security and you know, GBV and crime prevention and all of those aspects, that's when our NGOs step in. And once again, correct me if I've heard this wrong, but I once again get this feeling that we are moving away from the support to our NGOs. And we are now moving to something that maybe small business should be doing, the issue of job creation and things like that. So I just get this fear that our NGOs are currently on their knees, and here's another entity that are throwing up their hands because they are saying it's got to do with budget cuts and it's now not our mandate and things like that. And we are again leaving our NGOs to fend for themselves. And, you know, when we put in clauses from the Act, and we know very well, you know, musts and may and, you know, things like that, but what I just then don't understand is that why are we then being selective and just putting in clause 4A? There are A, B, C, D, E under what the NDA must do. So, you know, we have new members here, and now we're being selective on what parts of the acts and what parts of the must part of the acts we are presenting to our members. And I just get the sense it's because we are in this turnaround phase, still that we're in this phase, and because we are not achieving one objective, we're now shifting the focus and we say, okay, fine, we're not going to be able to do B, C, and D, let's just focus on A. And then, I don't know if it's then still coming, but, you know, can the NDA tell us then if this donor part of sourcing funding is so important, and that's where we're going to do our CSO development from, the budget from? We're now halfway through 2024. Has any monies been raised to date, and can that be shared with us? Because normally there's a list of donors and things like that. That's part of our packs and the amounts that they bring in. And then also we spoke about the district development model, and I've just gone onto the website to look at the reports and the research done, and you said you've piloted the DEM and it's been working. I want to know now, is there a report that we can go and view to see how it's been working? Because, we can't just, you tell us it's working great, we need to be able to read something. And then my second last question, and also just back to the MPOs, because, on this one page, you list MPOs in red. And that's why I say I get this impression that we're moving away from our NPOs and our NGOs. And then just lastly, on the one outcomes indicators, we talk about 66 community-owned enterprises, outcome 2, in a 5-year target. So that's about 13 every year. But under your other program indicator, we're talking about 22. So how can I say this? Is it 22? Is it 13 a year? Is it 66? Are these achievable targets that we're looking at in this community-owned enterprises? And then just lastly, I'll check my notes. Just lastly, I do at one point would like to say congratulations on the implementation of this turnaround strategy, because if not, and we sit here, Chairperson, for another 5 years, still listening to turnaround strategies, I just wonder, is this the best utilization of our taxpayers' money and getting to the goal of eradicating poverty? But thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, honourable members. Did we go through all the hands? It looks... You're done, right? Yes.
My apologies. And then to the Chairperson, we spoke last time at the workshop about those group of employees who said they were unfairly dismissed. I don't know how they know that our committee is sitting today for the first time, but I just got messages on my phone and email in my inbox that I'll be sending to you again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, honourable members, for those inputs and questions and comments and clarity questions. I would love to give back to the department, honourable minister, just for the whole portfolio to respond, as far as you can respond. Taking into consideration what you said earlier on about being given an opportunity to go home and then be comprehensive after, and then we can talk after the speeches.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Once again, we appreciate questions so that we can interact and get to understand things better and more profoundly. I'll just speak on the issues of the acting officials in strategic positions in particular. I wish to emphasize what I said on my opening remarks, that it's one of my priorities to make sure that those posts are being filled. Therefore, the procedure will be followed. I know for a fact that you are aware that the acting DG has been acting on an acting basis until Thursday. And for that reason, we had to extend. However, make sure that we stick to the laws that governs the acting positions. And between the two of us, we agreed that within the 6 months' time, in my 100 days, would report a great progress on that regard. However, the request from the portfolio committee that you love to be kept or updated on a monthly basis, there will be no problem, even if we communicate in writing on the progress that you are making. But there's a commitment within my 100 days that because of all the difficulties that you know and what you are articulating, there's a need. In fact, it's now, it must happen. There's nothing else, because in the acting positions, some we know, I now know, some have been there for the last 2 years. which is way beyond the legal framework that governs the acting within the department, especially those strategic positions. So I commit again to say we'll give the monthly update, but we have set ourselves for 6 months, given the fact that these are very strategic positions, very senior. So we have to still stick to everything according to the book, so that what then comes back as an outcome is something that will not be contested at any given time. So I still want Chair to say we will do that, and we are very committed. We will even drop you a monthly report, so that even if we don't appear before the committee, you'll be aware on the progress that you are making or the difficulties that you are experiencing, which in this case, I don't think there should be any difficulties. It's a straightforward thing. Just advertise and follow the processes, shortlist, and make sure that you appoint. South Africans are ready, highly educated, had a lot of experience, so they must be given an opportunity if they really did meet the requirements. I think I still want to commit, Honourable Chair. The rest of the questions, I will allow the acting DG, the acting DG to respond. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. There are many questions, but we will share the spoil and then respond up to our ability. So others are difficult. I think let me start with the issue of the. There was a question on how many entities we have. We have got 2 Schedule 3A entities, which is SASSA and NDA, and then we have got the other professional body, which is the Council for Social Service Professionals, and we have got CDA, Central Drug Authority, which is coordinating the work of the substance and alcohol abuse that we have. Those are the entities that we report to us. There was another question, as I'm starting, in terms of the bill. The NPO bill, I think it was, remember we withdrew it because we approved the GLA Act, which then covers all what was in the NPO bill. So it's covered, even the regulations are done in terms of us looking at NPOs. The GLA focuses mostly on, very strictly on how the members of the board of the NPOs need to be appointed. And it also provides us to do risk assessment for NPOs that are at risk for money laundering and terrorism, which I think the security class have identified. That is part and parcel of the FATF grey listing of South Africa. So we are still on that. The regulation is done. They require us to do strict supervisions on NPOs that have been flagged. They put some NPOs that are doing a lot of work. They are about 50, but they refuse to give us the list. 50 of those NPOs that have been flagged that are at risk of being used as terrorists for funding. That we need to supervise. Supervising meaning we must go to them. So it's in the Act in terms of how you must deal with that. We developed the risk strategy and an assessment, and also we developed NPO assessment to check which ones we need to deal with. I think the committee will be will be given a report on that. The very problematic one is the funding of NPOs. There's a public outcry in terms of the funding of NPOs. This issue as a department, as a whole, with 9 provinces, differs in different provinces. But the budget did not necessarily being cut so drastically, but what happened is that provinces, they shift money from one program to another. which affected the budget of the NPOs. We have several meetings with the provinces that are affected, and we have planned a meeting with National Treasury to look at how, as a department, as a sector, we will be able to deal with that. The main issues for Gauteng, I think that is something that we are dealing with. That's a challenge that needs to be addressed in Gauteng. It has just relates to the failure of the administration to fund the NPOs in time. And it's painful because some services are affected. We have tried as a national department, as the head office, to raise our heads up and say things has to be done in this way. We are aware of those and we are following those issues. But what is coming on is that we have a statement in the country to say that I think the issue of service delivery and also looking after our people is not a government responsibility alone. And we've found that with a lot of NPOs registering, I keep the register. We are now at about 290 NPOs registered. So as more NPOs registered, they seek more money from us. And we planned also to look at the businesses to begin to look at the NPOs around and focus on areas. If it's GBV, if it's substance abuse, if it's issue of care, that those businesses around those areas, especially big business like mines, which we will begin to look at, that we need to be assisted as a country because it becomes a problem. But where we are supposed to do funding, we are funding those NPOs. The last challenge in the NPO funding is the issue of delays. If it's not that we are not funded, it is that the funding comes late. We have developed a system, as I think we reported last year, that we have got a system that were implemented in Eastern Cape and Western Cape, and here in Western Cape, that assisted to pay the NPOs in time and accordingly. So I think we will need just to do more and talk more, and I think convince more provinces on what they're supposed to be dealing with. Yeah, I think from me, those are the two things that I can ask. I will ask SASSA to respond to areas in relation to the welfare. They will be followed by Tabani. You're saying, yeah, Tabani will respond to others. Where we could not, I think we will provide written responses if we jump some of the things. And then I'll ask Brenda, PIG, will come on. And then we will have Advocate Klaga on the resourcing of the social service professional strategy, which is part of appointing the social workers that we have trained in terms of how we dealt with. And then, yeah, I think that, yeah, like that. Then we will, from there, we will go to SASSA and then NDA. Caesar?
Thank you, Chair. There are 6 areas that I would provide some responses. The first one is around alcohol and drug abuse. As a department, we do acknowledge the prevalence of alcohol and drugs, and it has become a national crisis that really needs a decisive action from government, to ensure that certain things do, come to pass. And because this matter, Chair, is also highly intersectoral, no single department will be able to curb the abuse. It needs, all the government departments that are mandated to deal with this matter to come together and really rally around and buy in and do all those things that are needed to be done. And as a department, for starters, what we have done, we developed an integrated policy that addresses this problem. And this policy is a high-level policy because we came to cabinet. It was presented and it was approved that we can go out
and consult further the entire, sector and come back for finalization. It was just unfortunate that when we wanted to come back, it was during that time where we are about to transit to the 7th administration. So we expected to come back to cabinet to ensure that inputs that we have received from the sector are finalized, and the policy must be also approved. And what I want to say is that the policy emphasizes on prevention, because what we have done as a country or as a sector at large, we've been focusing on responses. We've been focusing on treatment. We've been focusing on, just responding to the problem rather than really putting in place, those comprehensive prevention programs. And we have learned, even internationally, that prevention is no longer just prevention, but there is science to it. So those are some of the investments that we are doing as a department to focus on it and make sure that we rather prevent rather than to just respond. And it's also important to mention that the Department of Trade and Industry is mandated to actually amend the current Liquor Act. We as a department, much as we are leading, but we are leading more in terms of drugs, like illicit drugs. But when it comes to the alcohol, they are the department that are leading. Therefore, we take cue from them in terms of how these, changes needs to happen. However, we have been engaging with them, and we have provided our amendments, the areas that are affecting our mandate, to say these are the things they would want to see happening. And a bill has been developed by DTIC. It's just that they were back and forth, and for some reason it was never, taken to cabinet for approval. That bill has been, in limbo for quite some time. So I'm not sure how far the new, leadership from DTIC will take this process forward. But we believe that if that bill is processed and approved, the whole landscape of substance abuse sector will definitely change. Then that's for substance abuse. Then the second area is gender-based violence on the issue of VSS. VSS, yes, there's been a lot of, engagement with the NGOs. The main issue that they've raised was the issue of dual registration. I think that was the main thing that they were uncomfortable with. However, with the engagements that we had with them, we have finally reached some consensus. So the bill, it will be going through, because it even went to NETLEC, and we have agreed. NETLEC has supported us to go forward. So we are also we are planning to come back to cabinet soon to make sure that the bill now is approved. The third area is the area of older persons, particularly the abuse of older persons. There's quite a lot that we have also done in this area. We have just reviewed the legislation and to strengthen us as a department to be able to do some of the things that we're not able to do. The other issue is the emphasis on the protection of older persons remained really a priority to us as a department, because we are now beginning to work with unusual stakeholders like the faith-based organizations, those, for instance, traditional leaders, the organizations that we were not working with before, but now we are recognizing them because there's a critical role that they are providing. So we are training them to make sure that, we raise awareness in communities and deal with these matters. We are also rolling out, targeted campaigns to families, because one of the problems that we've also picked up was the issue of Alzheimer and the fact that families do not understand. And so when those things happen, older persons tend to be perceived as witches, and they get killed in the process because of lack of understanding this condition. So we are therefore investing around that to make sure that people do understand and support older persons. The fourth area is around adoption. We have amended the Children's Act to deal precisely with the issues of, adoption. If you remember, adoption has been privatized for a very long time. For you as a person, if you want to adopt, you had to pay a lot of money, and it took a long time. The turnaround time was very long. But now with the amendment of the legislation, we as government, we have made it accessible in a sense that you don't have to pay anymore. It's free. We have our own social workers that we have appointed, that we have trained to deal with adoption matters, and it has been actually be declared as a specialized area by our council. So they are able to go to court and render their services for free, and the timelines have really been, shortened. The fifth one is around issues of HIV and AIDS. As a department, we continue to render HIV services. We have developed more than 10 programs that addresses social behavior change programs. Boyolo, Chomi, we've got the list. And this program, the intention is to really work around behavior change program. We started them at a national level, and now we have, scaled. We have actually strengthened them further and make sure that there is a footprint in all the 9 provinces to make sure that we change the behavior. We also have a program called G2G. This program is a program that it's actually a partnership with government of the U.S. government. They are assisting us to ensure that we take programs to various communities. So that program, we're looking at OVCY, which is Often Vulnerable Child and Youth Care. It's quite a detailed program, and we are making progress in terms of that. And there are certain targets that they've set for us, and we are meeting those targets. We can come at some point and share the details of the program. The last part from my side is the issue of the unemployed social workers. Yes, as a department, we have developed a bid to National Treasury to make sure that we secure more funds and respond to all the social ills, as we know that we are contending with all those social ills, and it's not getting better, but it's getting worse. So we are hoping to have further bilaterals with National Treasury. And not only National Treasury, we are also targeting some development partners that have an interest on the matter, as well as private sector, because private sector also have a role to play in terms of, reducing the impact of social ills in the country. So those are some of the initiatives that the department will be taking forward. Thank you, Chair.
Brenda.
Thanks very much, DG and Chairperson. The question that I'm answering is the one related to the basic income grant. Honorable Tafeni was asking how we envisage implementing the basic income grant, given that our budgets are being cut. And I think it's a very important question at this point in time, primarily because we have the 350 grant, the 370 grant now, from which we are building the basic income grant policy proposal. But I think it's necessary, at least at this first meeting, to just indicate that how we are couching it is that we are calling it basic income support, which is different from basic income grant, primarily because a basic income grant is understood to mean a grant that goes to everybody in the country. And if we were to ask government to fund that basic income grant, the cost would be astronomical. I mean, it would not even be considered. But because we are not starting from scratch as a government, we already have all the other different kinds of grants that are in place. We have the child support grant, older persons grant, and so on. What we are doing in this proposal is requesting or motivating for a basic income support, only targeting the working age population from 19 to 59, because that's the only group that is currently excluded from accessing social assistance. And remember, in terms of the Constitution, that we are required as a government to provide social assistance to everyone in the country who is unable to support themselves and their families. So all the other categories of people, vulnerable people, are provided for, but the working age population that is unemployed is not provided for anything in terms of the social assistance income support, except through the temporary SRD grant. So what we are wanting to do is build from that and say government needs to permanentize, that's the word that the colleagues have coined in the department to permanentize the SRD grant into a grant that is targeting those vulnerable adults. And that's a proposal that we have worked, that we have, the draft policy that we have developed now. It deals firstly with that target to say who's the target for the basic income support, and then how much should they be given, which is basically saying build on the 370 grant, how must it be implemented is also using the SASSA systems that are already in place now. Obviously, there need to be a more deeper investment in the implementation, but it is building from what is already in place from the 370 grant. And then the other aspect of it is also saying that the challenging or more complex question is about the funding, how to fund the basic income support, especially given that this year, according to the E&E documentation we've got from Treasury, is that the 370 grant will not be continued beyond this year. So what we will be doing is firstly motivating for it to be continued, because in order to actually budget for it, it must first be a policy that is approved in Cabinet. So during this year, the plan is to take the policy proposal to Cabinet so that they approve it. And when they approve it, then only will we be able to have it implemented, so to speak. But after approval, it still has to go through other processes, including amending the Social Assistance Act, which is the legislation that provides for all the other different grants. So we'd have to amend the Act to introduce that basic income support policy for that age group. So currently what we are wanting to do is have a kind of seamless transition from the 370 grant, hence the proposal that we're making, that continue it until the legislation is in place, so that there isn't a break in that income support for that age cohort that don't have jobs. And if you look at the numbers, the number of people who are unemployed and the number of people who are accessing the grant is quite similar. There's 8.2 million people currently, the latest numbers, who are unemployed, at least the ones who are in the formal definition of employment, the official definition. But if you go beyond that and look at people who are discouraged and no longer looking for work, it's more than 11 million people. So that's a kind of match between the people that are accessing the 350 grant and those that are unemployed. Obviously, there's plans to create jobs and so on. So how we're motivating for it is that age group cannot all be provided for. They will not access jobs, all of them, in 1 year. The country has not been able to create 9 million jobs in any year of its existence. So it's important that those people, from the constitutional perspective, are provided with this income support, which then needs to build from the 370. So the key matter that needs to be decided by Cabinet so that we can then implement in terms of the budget is how much to give. So there's different permutations of what the cost will be, depending on whether we start at 370 or other permutations of how much must be given, and also the rules that are established, which are similar to the SRD rules in terms of how people, who accesses the grant, but also the source of funding is something that we are engaging with Treasury about. But obviously the decision of whether to implement and how much and at what level to pitch the basic income support will be decided by Cabinet, and then after that decision is made by Cabinet based on what is available fiscally, then we will be able to write the law, and once the law is in place, then we'll do the actual implementation of it. So at this stage in time, we are still in the policy development phase. We are still needing to go to Cabinet and get approval based on different, and then they'll tell us what is the funding available, and therefore where to pitch the value of that basic income support, and then we'll do the legislation after that. Thank you.
Tawani, thanks, Brenda.
Thanks, honorable members. I think there were just 3 questions. One question related to the number of targets that you are having in terms of the reduction by Honorable Abrams. Well, if, as we said, this is the APP that was just concluding and consolidating the work of the 5th administration, we did not introduce new things, hence the limited number. And some of the targets, because naturally they are 5-year targets, so these are the work that we started in 2019, 2020, when the 6th administration started. So some of this legislation, some of these policies were then met, and this target just fell off then along the way in the 5 years. However, I need to emphasize as well that the APP is just not a fair representation of everything that we do as a department. Hence, we have an operational plan, which is about the day-to-day activities and what the department or institution is doing. But also as a social development, we then also develop what we call the support services APP. We also want to have an APP that is smart and specific and that is highly strategic. Hence, some of the elements I talk about that you want to include what is contained in the MTSF, what has been prioritized in the country, what has been included in the SONA. So you want to take those high-level things, everything else to put on the side. For example, we've got limited targets that relates to program 1, for example, because it's support services. So those are some of the factors that contribute to the reduction of this particular target. Secondly, it's the question on the EPWP by Shu, honorable member, in terms of it being politicized. The recruitment of EPWP participants is done where the projects are located. And as government and as social development responsible and leading the social sector, we just provide the recruitment guidelines. But everything else will happen on the ground. But of course, we do want to monitor exactly how then the recruitment was done, and we always believe it was fair, and we understand how things could happen as well because of other influences. But as a department, we do provide in terms of our role, in terms of the guidelines that are there. But of course, EPWP is a highly political program. Just like anything that government provides right now, even including some of the safety net that is there because of the issues of poverty and so forth, and we understand how sensitive those things are. But we have concluded phase 4, as I said, as a sector, and with over 1 million work opportunities that were created. We've been given a new target right now for the phase 5, which is just above 1 million, because they could see that we have already set ourselves a baseline and we could do much better in the phase 5, which will be coinciding, of course, with the 7th administration. The final question was relating to the rollout of the M&E system. Why only 2 provinces? I did indicate this is a historic and a very advanced system that you are implementing, and we want to do away with many things. However, one of the lessons we have learned, because we are learning as well as we're implementing it, so you don't want to overwhelm the system and not learn. So and provinces are not rated at the same time, and they don't have equal capacities. We understand issues of access to the tools of trade, access to issues of data and network, you understand, because of the nature of our infrastructure, or of our infrastructure, because these are not implemented. The system is not only rolled out at the provincial level, but it goes even to the service point. Service point, it could be exactly where the service is implemented. So if we talk about a service point in the deep rural area, or one service provided even by the NGO, so these are some of the dynamics and issues that you have to consider. So we need to be careful and make sure that there's that gradual realization. And as we implement it in 2 provinces, we are learning, and we'll see that how then do we roll out to other provinces. As I said, the province on its own is just a not fair representation of the magnitude of the work that is required, but also we are also constrained by the capacity to implement it, as well as the funding, because it will be costly as well to implement it. But we are engaging and working with the provinces. I think those responses suffice. Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks, members.
Advocate, is there anything you need to add?
Yes, there's 2 questions that have not been responded to. I think the other questions, Brenda did respond to them. Oh, apologies.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'll just respond to the question that was asked by Honorable Abrams regarding appeals. As Taban has alluded to the fact that we only have 3 bills in this APP. Because
sorry, Advocate, I think you are so uncomfortable there. No, is it not going to affect the quality of answers? Can you just get him to sit down, please, properly?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm going to respond to questions that were asked by Honorable Abrams. Unfortunately, she's out for the moment regarding the bills. As Taban, Mr. Bichiri has indicated, alluded to the fact that this is a transitional APP. And hence, we have only 3 bills that we have in this APP. But however, all the bills, the regulations and policies are being processed by the department. And then progress, of course, will be reported to this August committee during when we present our performance, quarterly performance assessments. With regards to the all-important victim support services bill, I think our CESA has already spoken about that one. And then what is left now is that what I can report is that it will be one of the bills that will be tabled to cabinet soon, to the 7th cabinet. We've already obtained all the approvals from all the stakeholders, and then the last one was not like in the last financial audit. Of course, we will unpack thoroughly when we report, of course, on our performances. Chair, with regards to the question that was asked about the SSPs, also our CESA has spoken to that one. Safe to say that there's a strategy that was approved by Cabinet in February, and then we are now consulting with the stakeholders. Last Friday, we had a meeting with DGs from different government departments, and then we are also going to engage the private sector in this regard. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And then we go to SASSA. CEO, you can come in now.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think most of the questions have been responded to, and I'll ask Brenton to respond to 2 questions that relate to grants. The question that when children turn 18 years old, they then stop receiving grants, as to when do they continue to qualify and when do they not qualify. The payment of grants, which is after the 3rd, or starts on the 3rd, the rationale and how we got into that decision. Brenton, if you can respond to those 2 questions, they are the only ones remaining. I think the rest, the team has responded to them.
Thanks, CEO, Chairperson. So in terms...
Sorry, Brenton, the 3rd one would be the one about the impact of grants that are given to people that are refugees and how they impact on the budget that is limited.
Thanks, CEO. So in terms of the payment of social grants, so in general, we pay social grants in the first few days of the month, except the first day. So we would most months start the payment, and we always start with old age grant first. So in most months, payment of old age grants would fall on the 2nd of the month, unless the 2nd is a Monday. Then it would fall on the 3rd of the month. Unless the Monday is a public holiday, then it would fall on the 4th of the month. And the principle is generally that so what would happen is a lot of people get paid on the end of the month, and your ATMs, etc., are all going to be empty. So the cash industry has to stock up, and hence we give them that first day of the month to stock up. But if that first day of the month is on a Monday, then because they don't work weekends, we then pay on the Tuesday. So that's the general principle. We don't pay out the 7th. We don't it would be a very rare instance that the old age grant would be paid on the 7th. There is an interesting debate, though, and the chairperson challenged us quite hard last year on paying to deceased beneficiaries. And one of the solutions that was proposed back then is we could shift the social grant payments to the second week of the month. That would give us, because we need about a week to prepare the payment file. And because we actually would then check your Home Affairs records within the month that we're doing the payment, now we check your Home Affairs records in the previous month. So there is that window of opportunity that we run that risk of paying people after death if they died in that last few days of the month. But I agree with you, I don't think we should shift. We shouldn't make everyone's lives inconvenient because we may make a few overpayments during the course of the month. Then but generally also, we would want to make it a little bit earlier, but that's just a big challenge with the payment, the whole national payment system, and the cash people making sure that the ATMs, etc., are stocked. But we regularly try to push them to say, you could do a little, you could try to work weekends or do better in that particular environment. On the CSG, ending at 18, that's the way the law is written at the moment. Foster care grant doesn't end at 18, though. There is a provision in the law that allows foster care grant, provided the social worker approves it, to be paid up to 21, and provided that the child is still in school. So if the grant is coming to an end, I think maybe we must just get those cases to DSD, provincial DSDs, because those social workers can extend, as long as there's a valid court order to 21, we can still pay the grant to 21, provided the child's still in school. CSG, unfortunately, ends on the birth month of the child, and I believe DSD was looking at a policy as well in around that. Then on the matter around refugees, so by law, permanent residents, refugees are allowed to access social grants, and asylum seekers are allowed to also access your COVID SRD grant. But I don't think the impact is large. So, for example, on the COVID SRD grant, we have about 60,000 people. Compared to the 9 million people we pay, it's a drop in the ocean of asylum seekers. And then on the normal grants, the 19 million that we pay, it's about 12,000 refugees, permanent residents. So it's very, very small amount of people. Even if we stop paying them, it would make no difference financially. Thanks.
The other question, Chair, was why we continued and didn't listen when you advised us that we must stop it with Postbank Post Office. We do agree, ma'am, but we had you, and that's why we're stopping it now. Thanks, ma'am.
If there's no other
Can I
ones,
just add
there's-
one thing to, sorry, I forgot to answer this question that Brenton was dealing with. Maybe just to the question about the expiry of the child support grant once the child reaches 18. We have made several occasions tried to actually get it extended, but not succeeded from a budget perspective. So we couldn't get the policy approved to extend the CSG up to age 21. But what, at least for now, in the interim, while we are still working on the basic income support policy, is that once they reach 18, they can definitely they can apply for the SRD grant. It would be accessible to them because qualification age is from 18 onwards. Of course, it's a reduction on the child support grant, but it's still something that they can be able to access for now as we are working on as we are making proposals for increasing some of those values. Thanks.
What I can suggest very humbly is that you deal with it on an offline basis. At least we've heard now what the status is. But if you have a specific one, just I can give you the CEO's number. No, Honourable, with humble, with all due respect, this is the, okay, we'll do you, okay.
No, we are left with ND.
Yeah,
There's also one last one, sorry, NDA, sorry, Honourable. There's the question about the issue of fraud. Eva will give us the statistics, so she'll quickly respond to it.
No.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think it's of importance to firstly indicate that there is actually a committee that was established by the Office of the Presidency. It is named Fusion Center, which actually monitor the cases of the public servants that have unduly benefited. So we account to that committee. So in that committee, we have NPA, we have the National SAPS. It is actually led by the Financial Intelligence Center. There is monitoring on that area. And as I indicated, we do account. And in terms of the overall statistics, so far we referred 763 cases. There are cases that are pending further investigation, but on this one, we have conducted thorough investigation. We were able to substantiate the allegations. The only work that is left is the 212 process statement that need to be submitted as part of the investigation processes. So there were cases that 333 that we referred to NPA, and which resulted in nolle prosequi. And the reason by NPA were that they were, particularly those that were on contract, they did apply, but they didn't withdraw the SRD, the 350 SRD grant from their accounts. So we were able to recoup such monies. And then in terms of conviction, we had 13 convictions. And then the ones that are pending the court decision is 55. And then we had those that were closed as duplications. And then overall, in terms of on the prevention side of things, I think we need to acknowledge the fact that the technology is leading. Everything that we do is, technology. So we are also, the agency is considering even to enhance the system that we are using. There's issues of EKYC that is being implemented, and there are verifications that are conducted in order to prevent instances wherein there are people who will still continue whilst we are still investigating to apply for the grant. So I just wanted to assure the members and the chair and the minister that there is work that is being done, and there is monitoring in that regard. Thank you.
Andy?
Thank you, ADG. There are few questions. The first one related to discrepancies in the budget and figures. The acting CFO will deal with it. All the questions that relates to the community-owned enterprises, how they work, and how the Chief Operations Officer will deal with those questions, Madam Kumal. I will deal with the questions that relates to research and the Act. And I'm sorry I have to do that, but I've got no option. The question that relates to the NDA CEO appointment, Chairperson will deal with it, but she'll be the last one to talk and cover all other areas that we might have left out. But let's start with the CFO, Madam Kumalo, myself, and we'll close it there.
Thanks, CEO and members once again. I think I'm responding to the issue of the discrepancy in the budget. Actually, there is no discrepancy. I think we're indicating that we have a total budget of 214, and that 214 is made up of the 212, which is the allocation we receive from National Treasury, plus the projected interest income that we are projecting to earn from the funds whilst they're still sitting in the bank. Thank you, Chair.
I thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will respond to the question which is on how they will work in a community that is highly affected by poverty and other social ills. I think that question came from the slide where NDA indicated that the preferred vehicle for implementation or for poverty eradication will now be cooperatives compared to NPOs. The reason why we opted for cooperatives instead of NPOs is because cooperatives are capable of addressing all the needs of a community, all the development needs of a community, which include economic needs, they include social needs, as well as cultural needs. Because in a community-owned enterprise, you don't focus only on one intervention. A community-owned enterprise can include different kinds of interventions. If the community is affected by maybe food shortage, you are capable of establishing cooperatives that will focus on agriculture to make sure that the community generate or produce its own food. If the community is affected by unemployment, you are able to provide the skills for the community to come up with interventions so that we allow the members to start to create their own employment. And the main aim of a cooperative is to ensure that at the end of the day, there is profit that is generated by the cooperative. So even the aspect of partnering with other stakeholders within the community works best when you focus on cooperatives rather than NPOs, because NPOs, you find that this particular NPO focuses on GPV only. But when you have a community-owned cooperative or enterprise, then we are able to bring in all the various stakeholders to attend to the needs of the community that have been identified by the community itself. So that's the main reason why we opt for community-owned enterprises, because one of the benefits is that they cover all members within the community. And the second one is that that kind of an approach will lead to growth, because as community members interact and come up with identification of the needs within the community, they are able to also come up with different interventions to address the needs of the community, as well as the issue of skills transfer. Because with this new approach, we are looking at a situation where we will identify the different assets within the community. You find that within a community, there are skills that lie there without being utilized. But when you bring together the entire community, people are able to say, with this skill, this is what I'm going to contribute in terms of making sure that the community benefit from that skill, as well as the potential for social cohesion. Because a community-owned enterprise enables communities to interact and come together on a regular basis. So that has the element of social cohesion, and it brings stability at the end of the day. So maybe in a nutshell, that's how one can explain this community-owned enterprise aspect with the NDA has opted for. Thanks, Chairperson and members.
On the question that related to research publications, the numbers in the KPI, where's the number? And for the research that we are going to be conducting to respond to the current approach that we have taken, we are not targeting a number. We are looking at issues, the researchers to inform the lobbying by specific topic. So the outcome we're looking for is research information that can assist in lobbying and engagement to influence the policies. So if you put a figure, it then intends to say, if I've just done one report or two reports, I tick the box, I go. So the reports of research are for a purpose of informing the engagement that will influence policy. So we've got areas, topical areas that we have to conduct research on. There are two that are currently in place. Remember, we've just started with this approach in April. So two of them are already on the field doing research on. I think there was a question in relation to a research evaluation on the work that we have done in the districts for DDM. We have a report on that. If it's not in the website by now, we will send it to the secretary of the committee to distribute to all members. But it should have been by now in our website. There are a few questions that were relating to the Act, and they're quite complex, those questions. Maybe because we aren't lawyers, we might interpret it differently, but factually, as administrators, we interpret law to understand administrative application. The NDA Act came before the PFMA. When it was put together, with the absence of a law that governed public financing, they decided to put Section 10 on the NDA Act. When you get to that Section 10, it tells you how NDA will be funded. If you remember, this is before PFMA. It gives you 4 ways. It says that 4 sources of funding NDA. 1 is sources from money appropriated by Parliament, with the money that's approved in our vote, that in the DSD vote. 10B, these are monies that they will come from donors and any other funders that would have got, or any other way that that money would have ended up with the NDA. 3, NDA will be funded through monies that come from reserves, NDA reserves. And the last one is any other money that NDA can get. That's law. Then in the section where I think one member says, but why do you select one? Only one clause, sub-clause of the clause. The reason we have selected that is because that sub-clause explains 10B on the other side. When they say you get money from funders and who are these funders, then it says this is the conduiting of funding. So it explains to you that you'll contribute this money from government department, foreign government, and other donors that would have wanted to get, and this explains what is that money. If you look at those clauses, if you go to 4.2, which then says UNDA may only use the funding in 10.1A, government allocation, may only use it for funding a civil society organization, but they should follow in 10.3 the laws that governs that money. Which means you have to go through procurement when the the PFMA Act came, because it tells you how you'll then have to use that money. So there's that part of the revision of this Act, is those kinds of difficulties, even for us, because you can't have reserves. You can't open any reserve account as a public entity, but it's here in this law. You can't go and look for monies from foreign government without going through a government department and national treasury and the reserve bank. So it's just a complex that was created, and part of it we got to simplify it for this institution to exist. So that's why I say that's a bit a complex thing. I'm not a lawyer, but administratively, that's what I understand. I think that was I think there were two relating to that. And the last question, Chairperson, is the one that relates to yourself, and you can then close on any other loopholes that you would have left.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The first question that I'm going to respond to relates to the CEO. And it says, are you going to start the process all over again, or you are going to continue from where you left? From our side, we have finished everything. We have completed everything that had to be done by the NDA. We have a preferred candidate. The name was submitted to the former minister. It went through to cabinet. It is at cabinet level, and we are not going to be opening the recruitment process, which we have already completed, unless we are forced to by cabinet. We completed that in November. We were hoping that we were going to have the CEO latest by January 2024. The other issue that I wanted to touch on relates to what is said in the Act about the CSOs. The Act says the NDA is mandated to eradicate poverty and its causes, and it would work with CSOs and capacitate them, which means it's a special breed of CSOs, which would be working with the NDA to address issues of poverty. It doesn't mean that the NDA would become a grant funder of the CSOs. The NDA would work with the CSOs that have got a common interest. Some of them may come to the NDA without asking for money, like the CSO that we had a meeting with yesterday. It raised its own money, and it was coming to NDA to say, we have raised this amount of money to train 4,000 people on garment making. And we are a market because we are a big church. What then the NDA is to look at how it partners with that CSO rather than providing a grant to the CSO. So, Honorable Murray, you say that you feel sorry for the NDA that has to eradicate poverty that is sitting at 30.3 million with the largest budget going to compensation of the employees. If you look at a silo mentality, you would feel sorry for us. We don't feel sorry for ourselves because we know that there is DDM. And DDM, we have adopted the DDM, and the DDM says, align, move out from the silo mentality, don't duplicate each other, focus on the impact and quick results. And the DDM is saying, we have an example of a project that was delivered by South Africa within a period of 8 years, and that is 2010 Soccer World Cup. The NDA is not the only agency that is supposed to address poverty. The NDA is providing the lead, the coordination aspect, to bring all other departments and spheres of government who have a role to play in the process of eradicating poverty. There is money sitting in the SITAs that is for skills development. And when you don't have the relevant skill for you to perform or to interact and participate in the economy, you are poor. Communities have got the sun. They've got the sun. It shines above communities. But the people who have got the technology are prioritized to get the license. The NDA has got a role through the research unit to influence a policy to say, provide the license to the community so that the community can generate its own electricity and supply itself and make the money circulate and provide the energy to other enterprises that are needing energy. Even to pump water from the ground, you need energy. That is the kind of thinking that exists now in the NDA. So we don't feel sorry for ourselves. We think that we are given a space to play and be the champion of eradicating poverty in South Africa. Thank you very much. We thank the opportunity, and we are promising that we are united in what we want to do and demonstrate, and we are only expecting the support from the minister and from the portfolio committee to engage other sister departments that are required to assist the NDA to execute its mandate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for these responses. I think that they have made us to better understand what is going on in the portfolio of social development as we begin the seventh administration. So I really wish to thank every single entity and the department, but I would like the portfolio committee to remain here for some internal business of the portfolio committee. But I believe that the Honourable Minister would like to say one word or two at most. Over to you, Honourable Minister. I'm just joking.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. I might want to say everything. It has been a very good interaction, very warm and friendly, but also well focused. I think I must thank you for that. We're always not so sure on what we're going to get when we get into portfolio committees. I want to assure you that it has been a very good interaction, and it has been warmly, and I can safely say that as the department, you are recommitting ourselves to give as much information as we can for the portfolio committee to have a knowledge of the and the understanding of the department you are playing oversight into. Thank you so much to all individual members as well as yourself, Chair. We once again commit to say we know for a fact that you will go for your own strategic plan as a committee. We will also work with your committee so that outside the formal PC meetings, we can get some time to further engage and further explain our role, what we are able to achieve and what the challenges are. We are sure that this portfolio committee can guide us to an extent of being able to really do what is expected of us to change people's lives for the better as the department that is in the center of that. Thank you so much. We will keep our door wide open. We are just a phone call away, myself and the acting DDG. We should not really wait until the PC portfolio committee members, they have a right to ask questions, to engage with us even outside the PC meetings. Once again, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, indeed. Honourable Minister and the department, you are free to leave us with the huge gratitude from myself and obviously the portfolio committee at large. It was a very insightful first meeting of this portfolio committee, and may that continue. Thank you so much. Honourable members, the Secretary will just provide us a very, very short way forward from now on.
You brief me.
Yeah, I will. It's something you know. Will provide us with a way forward after this meeting so that we know what then type thing. Is that okay? Sure.
Thank you, Chair. The next process from now, committees are the extension of the House. We are carrying out the work of Parliament as committees. Now that we have deliberated with the department, APPs and the entities, the next process is that the committee must draft a report, and then the report will be considered and be adopted with recommendations. And then thereafterwards, the report will be forwarded to the House, whereby there will be scheduled an extended public committee, the APCs for the 17th, whereby this report with recommendations will be adopted by the House. Chair, it's just that the chair has just been appointed. I haven't had a meeting with her. Probably maybe Tuesday or Monday, there will be a confirmation from the Office of the Chairperson for the meeting to consider and adopt the report. Because the report, before it is tabled in the ATC, it needs to be adopted by this committee, and then we can get copies and then the information for the in preparation of the debates. So we'll get that communication after consultation with the Chairperson of the next meeting to consider and adopt the report. Thanks, Chairperson. I wanted to congratulate that.
Okay, I take it that is understood, but as the Minister said, my phone number is on the list that you received of our contacts, and you can contact me just until just before 12 o'clock, please, not after 12. But let's communicate even on the WhatsApp group. If you have anything of clarity that you need, do not hesitate. Colleagues. But as a last word from my side, thank you so much for this meeting. Thank you for the full House. May it remain like this, because we do have a lot of work to do for the people of this country. So thank you so much for your attendance and your attention.